Hi there, good morning and welcome along to another day here at the MODUS Super Series where yesterday, week 10 got underway with a German ace best known for a match with Michael van Gerwen at the Ali Pali. Steve Brown, the ADC chairman, leading a field of 3 ADC reps. Let's see what happened in Monday's play. Jim Meyer avoided a disastrous debut day. He'd shown only flashes in 4 straight defeats before winning his final game. Davy Kerwin experienced the opposite. After a 4-0 win in his opener, it was slim pickings for the Scot, and 2 points was as good as it got. John Worsley's best moment actually came in practice. More on that later, but he did throw some good stuff after the call of game on, picking up 2 victories on Monday. Tom Becker did better, the Luxembourg lobber landing a hat-trick of triumph with the aid of some fine finishing, like this 157. But 2 players lead the way. Steve Brown bounced back from an opening defeat and sealed 4 straight wins on day 1. While Rennie Idams also amassed 8 points, picking up 3 4-0 wins along the way. Yeah, Matthew Edgar alongside me, clearly a dedicated follower of fashion, like the shirt there, Matt. Yesterday, following this group, we just saw Rennie Idams and Steve Brown, the players at the top of it, but Idams really was the standout player, wasn't he?
He was in terms of the results, but I think the standout player was Steve Brown.
Okay.
Steve Brown, for me, got better as the day went on. Every single match, his average improved, and I've never seen that sort of... We've seen it before where people have got better as the day's gone, but over 5 matches to constantly improve and staircase up that average, really impressive for Steve Brown. And then I caught up with him at the end of the day, and we had a bit of a chat in the practice room, and Steve Brown was saying how he feels that he's going to get better as the week goes on. He thinks by Wednesday he's going to be playing his best stuff. Remember, he ended yesterday with a 94 average.
Yeah, fair shout as well, because Steve Brown's leg difference is worse than Idams by 5. However, he had that 4-0 defeat before bouncing back with 4 straight wins. Idams, though, got 3 of his victories, whitewash wins.
What was good for any Idams yesterday was the finishing. I think it's something we didn't really pick up on commentary yesterday, and it was only really when I was looking back through the numbers and sort of putting them all together that I realised how good the finishing was across a whole day for any Idams. I think this was the kind of theme of the group, though. I don't think really we saw the best in terms of the scoring power. I think we saw a lot of people show a lot of nerves yesterday, and it was sort of, I said opportunity at the start of the day because this felt like the land of opportunity because I didn't see a guaranteed winner. And I still don't know where that's going to come from at the moment, but what I'd like to see today is people stand up and show what they can do.
The first match today is Steve Brown against John Worsley. Now, Worsley, Brown himself said, was the favourite in his eyes. 8 years ago,
I felt inexperienced then, but maybe now he really does truly fancy the job here at the Super Series.
I think Worsley's just hit a 9-darter on his practice. Well, I say 9-darter.
First leg, 180, 180 first.
1-1.
Game on.
Yeah, Worsley, well, he kind of interrupted us there like he interrupted you yesterday in comms because he had a 9-darter there. It was quite an incredible moment, wasn't it? But in practice darts.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I say all the time. It's one of the debates. A lot of people say, I've hit a 9-darter or I've hit a 9-darter in practice, where really what they've done is they've hit 2 180s and a 1-4-1 combination. It actually worked out perfectly in commentary for that match because I was able to pick up on that through the game. Because at the end of leg 1, he hit a 180, then he opened with a 177, then he hit 2 treble 20s. So should he have gone for the double 12 and said he had a 9-darter? It wouldn't have been a 9-darter, but it'd been the same sequence as before. But I've played that game Steve Brown's played when he said John Worsley's the favourite. We've all played that one. We've certainly played it in the practice room. Steve's playing that game well.
Yeah, they're practicing behind us now, so just ears out for any kind of roars there. But now we're going to have a look at how things changed in the betting yesterday. And the big mover, as you can see, was Rennie Idams.
No surprise whatsoever. I mean, we say a big move in the positive sense, because actually if we look at John Worsley as well, he came to this as odds-on favourite to win this group. So that's a massive move as well, seeing him move out to 100 to 30. But Rennie Idams into 2 to 1. That's because he's coming here today, top of the table. Very, very good leg difference. But I think we just need to see a little bit more. He was doing the right things and getting the results, but I think everyone's going to raise their game today, and he's going to have to raise it as well.
Let's have a look now at the MODUS Super Series bet builder. This is an amalgamation of all the most popular bets on the exchanges put together in a treble to try and get you a bit of value. What are you making of this morning?
I normally like to stand here and say how I don't agree with certain parts of it, but I quite like this one. This one's, I think if there's one that I'm not too keen on, I'd say the Brown Idams in terms of the over 180s. But that's just because I think today we're going to see quite a few heavy score lines. We could see a few 4-0, 4-1s along the way, and probably in games you don't really expect to on paper. So that could possibly be the thing that lets it down. But actually, in terms of that, I think that's the first time I'm probably going to stand there and say I agree with that as terms of a treble.
There we go. Well, if you do have a bet, of course, gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for information on safer gambling. Well, I will put you on the spot then. Henry Deacon, our commentator today, was always called Tuesday Moving Day. Who do you think is going to be the big mover today?
I don't think we're going to see a big move as such as someone's going to come from the bottom to the top or someone from the top to the bottom. But I think we're going to get a very minor move, and I think we're going to see the player in second flip-flop and get himself on top of the table.
Well, Henry is waiting downstairs. Matthew Edgar's going to join him, and we'll get Tuesday's tungsten tossing underway with John Worsley against Steve Brown.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series. And it's a day that could see a lot of position jostling, that is for sure. It is set fair for a day with some moving and a shaking. We kick off in the vein that we finished yesterday as we see Steve Brown in action up against John Worsley. Worsley's best darts of the day came in practice. He hit a 9-darter during a practice routine. He let everybody know about it on the stage. And it really has caught fire across social media over the course of the last 24 hours or so since that happened. As for Steve Brown, well, he was slow out of the gates yesterday, averaged 75 in a 4-0 defeat against Benny Idams, but he improved incrementally as the games went along.
Okay,
in fact, between his first game and his last, he put around about 20 points on his average. As for John Worsley himself, slow out of the blocks. There was signs in the middle portion of the day before then losing this fixture 4-1 at the end of the day. The third man on the stage is your referee, Justin Bradshaw, for all of the action. And Matthew Edgar has
85.
made his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in my company. Very good morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone joining us this morning for some darting action. You may have noticed I copped out that last question slightly. And just to fill you in, I was asked the question, who do I think is going to be the mover today? I said the player in second. That is Steve
85.
Brown. Steve Brown throwing the 85 on your screen right now. I just didn't want to say it because I knew he was in the background. I didn't want to pile the pressure on him. But Steve Brown is a man making a move yesterday. He got better every single match as the day went on. But one really impressive thing, and I've mentioned it with Chris Murphy on the balcony, that we'll talk about the numbers a little bit today from yesterday. The finishing stats of everyone yesterday was quite impressive, but Steve Brown, 16 hits from just 30 darts at the double. That is better than 50% across his entire day.
80.
As a player, when you know you're hitting your doubles and you know you've got that in the locker.
80. John, you require
Just
167.
Settles you down, just makes you feel confident. Just pausing for a second there because that would have been a good confidence booster there for John Worsley as well, who you've got to say looked completely void of it yesterday.
You just wonder whether the overnight has just given him a chance to refresh and recharge as he goes for double 14 to take the opening leg with throw. Double 7.
21.
Goes inside, and it could be a bit tricky from here. Steve Brown looking to climb the ladder. Not to be, but this split on the 7 is far from ideal.
John, you require 7.
Especially when I've mentioned already, you get that void of confidence. It'll feel good just about getting that single 3, as silly as that sounds. Sometimes that feels like the harder part of the combination. Because the easier a task feels, sometimes the harder it becomes.
Game on.
And it was a stop-start day as far as John
58.
Worsley was concerned yesterday. Kicked off with that defeat to David Kerr and averaged 68. And then in the middle, there was signs. There was a few averages in and around the mid-80s. But we know his level. He qualified for Champions
140.
Week with an average of around 89.5 last time out. So we know the level that he can play at. And there is an expectation perhaps on him this time. Whereas the group
85.
he was in the last time he played here, there was a number of big hits, including Steve Brown actually in that particular week. And he kind of went under the radar the first couple of days before then going on and winning it on Saturday night.
58.
Already, I'm noticing something in the John Worsley game. He is altering the pace. First throw there, the 140, thrown a lot quicker. That throw, so much
96.
more deliberate. Just a sign of someone who's trying to find something. Good thinking, good counting here from
171.
An incredible execution. He was the 10 to 11 favourite at the start of
105.
yesterday.
John,
Big move out
132.
to 100 to 30. But this is the sort of darts I think people was expecting to see from him at the start of yesterday. But how many darts has he been throwing?
32.
He didn't go to Q School due to
Stevie
personal
require
reasons, so he's not been
157.
playing on the Challenge Tour.
The basis of John's game at the minute is pretty much local competition,
99.
playing local
John,
stuff.
you require 100.
Being successful, though, as well on the local competitions that he plays in as he looks for tops potentially. Open up a 2-0 lead, not to be, and so
60.
Brown comes back for
Steve, you require
58 to level proceedings up at 1 apiece. 2 darts at tops,
18.
not converted, and so here
John,
is
you
the break
require
chance for the
40.
Womble.
Game
And the
shot on
Womble
second
does
leg.
break free, and he
John
leads
Worsley.
2-0. And he's in full command of this match to try and reverse the fortunes of their battle yesterday, where Steve Brown ran
Second
out
leg
a
is John to throw
4-1
first.
victory. He
Game
actually put
on.
in the best average of the day in that game, Steve Brown, an average of 94.94. In matter of fact, it was the only average throughout the course of the day that went above the 90 mark.
55.
But let me just flag up the warning signs here as well. Steve Brown's worst game of the day
180.
He averaged 75 in defeat, only getting 2 darts at a double, but it looks like he is starting to find his scoring boots here as he opens up with a max to try and
43.
gain back the advantage of throw. He will have to break twice though now, because Worsley started with the throw and has had the break. So big task
60.
here, quite a mountain for Steve to climb this early on.
I do have to address the elephant in the room, though. The attire up on the
92.
balcony.
I thought you were going to talk about that shirt that you're wearing today. That's Mason-esque.
I hope Mace isn't watching.
100.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't want to be associated with that, to be fair.
I was just looking at you and Murph up there, and I thought, is it a Pink Ladies tribute act? And the question I want to know is, who's Sandy and who's Frenchie?
You obviously didn't get the memo.
131.
It's Pink
Steve
Shirt Day
required
today here at the
161.
Super Series. Much
137.
better leg here from Steve Brown. He opened with a max. He sets up with a 137 to leave double 12 after 12. Told me yesterday he'll warm into the task, which is
60.
exactly what I
Steve
kind of
required 24.
expected. But to
Game
hear
shot
it
on the
straight
third
from the
leg.
horse's
Steve
mouth as
Brown.
well, for him to be aware of that, it's a sign that he's going to grow in confidence, because he believes that story as well,
Fourth-legged
and
Steve
he's
to
on
throw
that same
first.
journey
Game
that
on.
was sort of mapped out for him. Perfect opening dart in the treble. You just expect this to be filled.
140.
I spoke to Steve after that game against John yesterday, and I asked him the question in the interview. You won 4 games from your 5. Do you feel settled into the week?
83.
He said, it's just day 1, pretty much, and we will see what happens from there. He's not going to let any kind of first day dictate how the
15.
rest of the week is going to go. However, that 15 has just opened up the door dramatically for John Worsley here.
Steve Brown's been around darts long enough to know that one day doesn't win the
60.
week and one day doesn't lose the week. He is here for the week. He would have assigned the correct amount of time that is required to produce darts like that. His second 180 of this match.
Well, he had a 13 darter in the previous leg. His second maximum of the game there. You take out the 15
100.
score. Brown is hitting a purple patch.
134.
Absolute fantastic adjustment there and brilliant counting to leave himself 32 after 12 darts. Remember, he had a score of just 15 in this leg as well. Incredible scoring, a 140,
60.
a 134 and a max
Steve requires 32.
around the 3 single 515 shot.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He backs
Steve
up
Brown.
that 13 darter with a 14 dart leg. Steve Brown is responding.
Fifth leg is
Now
John
it's
to
over
throw
to you,
first.
John Worsley.
Game on.
And the averages have, well, they've been like ships in the night. They've just passed by one another. Steve Brown was around about that 80 mark a couple of legs ago. John Worsley was around that 89,
26.
90 mark a couple of legs ago. But this game has seesawed quite dramatically in the favour of the Bristolian. Will he be the
85.
custodian of the 2 points?
I said at the opening of this game, John Worsley yesterday played like a man void of confidence, and he started this game off really well. However,
83.
something you've got to remember is if you are void of a bit of confidence, when someone starts hitting you the way Steve Brown is, you can't go to the well and expect to find. And I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here
58.
at the moment with John Worsley, a bit of a lag of the fact that he's yet to find his peak performance. And he knows he needs it right now because Steve Brown is firing. He's dropping the bombs, is the bomber.
96.
It's high time for some hypersonic missiles at the Super Series.
36.
In games like this, where you've got a
59.
contrast, where someone plays well for 2 legs, someone else plays well for 2 legs, there's always a nervy leg. Always an edgy one where opportunity presents itself, and then one player will just hit a 140, and that dictates the leg, but it often
59.
dictates the match. Because whoever comes out of this little sticky patch on top normally starts to re-find.
125.
That is in. Yes, it's in.
I was going to say, there's your 140.
95.
Well, it's the 2
require
treble
112.
combination. And that's the thing that separates the 2 in the scoreboard, which gives John Worsley 6 darts here from 112. Mentioned he's won a week here before. When he did, these
Game
was
shot
the
on the
sort of
fifth leg.
finishes he was
John
taking.
Worsley.
And that is 6 brilliant darts there for John Worsley that has separated the 2 back on the scoreboard again. Steve Brown,
Sixth leg is
he's
Steve to
dig.
throw first. Game on.
And for all the brilliance of Steve Brown in those couple of legs, all we were doing was returning the game back to throw, and John Worsley does his job in the 5th. And now he
70.
finds himself on the cusp of victory, which would put him onto 6 points, and it would really congeal the table together. You'd have Idams and Brown both on 8 points, Becker and Worsley on 6. Idams in action up next against
45.
Becker, so there's a possibility that there could be 3 players tying themselves on 8 points. And then Jim Meyer and Davey Kerwin will be playing the final
58.
game of the first round of fixtures. They're both stuck plumb on 2 points following the first day's action. So the victor of that will play themselves potentially back into proceedings on 4. Davey Kerwin, who we both expect to make
140.
a bit of a kick today. There were signs over the course of yesterday, and there's been signs over his tour performances that there could be something special in the locker from the
137.
Scottish ace. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, because Steve Brown is making some considerable progress in the 6th leg of this one. We're going to send us all the way to a last leg decider. Something we didn't really
140.
see too much of over the course of the day. In fact, only one match went all the way to a 7th and deciding leg, and that was Tom Becker's 4-3 success against David
58.
Kerr, and that was in game 10 of yesterday's session.
$96.
The way John Worsley's darts lie, just going under the treble like that is a perfect dart for him, just to put one on top.
135.
A great setup shot
John,
for
you
Steve
require
Brown, but
80.
he's going to need to see John Worsley miss opportunities here. It will only be one. For some
60.
people, they don't want the dart to
Steve,
be
you
close to the
require
treble,
43.
but for Worsley, that's an ideal situation, which is where like the top shot may come in handy for him, as long as he doesn't hit the top wire.
Steve Brown couldn't hit the top wire. He couldn't hit the
23.
10s wire either. And so Worsley is
require
back for the
20.
win. If he can find the double 10 that Steve Brown has just missed. And it is a
Game,
win
shot,
for Worsley
and a
to
match,
begin.
John Worsley.
He almost rubbished that last start, but he is the victor against Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 81.5 average just underneath. 112 high checkout, 4 out of 10 when it came to the finishing. As for Steve Brown, well, he pretty much averaged what he averaged over the course of yesterday in 84.5 there. A couple of maximums in there, bit of a purple patch in the middle, but it's John Worsley who runs out a 4-2 victory in our first match of the day. Coming up after the break, Rene Idams, the man who topped the table overnight, takes on Tom Becker.
So John Worsley getting his revenge on Steve Brown in the opening match. Will the second match go the same way? Yesterday, when this pair met, Rene Idams defeated Tom Becker 4-0. Becker sitting right in the middle of the table, though, and could be a danger in this group. The man from Luxembourg looking to climb towards the cube. Let's see if he can, in the company of Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, well, defeating Rene Idams was almost as hard as completing the Rubik's Cube. However, unlike one of them where you got 52 million different combinations to try and complete it, there's only one way you can complete this particular cube, and that is win 4 legs up against him. But he was a tough, formidable competitor yesterday. He didn't really deviate too far up and down. Daily average of 86.33 and 18 out of 39 when it came to the doubles. And that was kind of the moniker of
First leg, it's
consistency
Tom
that
to
helped
throw
him
first.
towards
Game
the
on.
top of the table. But what's going to beckon for Becker on day 2?
$60.
I was impressed with Rene when it came down to the finishing yesterday. That was a real strong point for him.
100.
But it was those little shots where he's got to gel things together that just sort of let him down a little
60.
bit. Say it let him down, he finished top of the table. But you feel if he wants to go beyond that and win the week, he
100.
needs to start landing a few more of these jabbing blows in between his big hits. And, well, a great way to start the day. Back-to-back 100s. Find a treble, a throw. That's the sort of
100.
levels we're looking for.
$43.
One thing that came across very vividly when Rene was talking to Chris Murphy up on the balcony following the completion of his set of games yesterday was
24.
naturally everybody remembers him for that infamous game of the World Championships against Michael van Gerwen back in 2016. But he's come here this
120.
week insistent of, I don't want to come here on the back of a reputation through that. I don't want to be the guy solely remembered just for that. He wants to create another chapter in his career, and Super Series may well be
60.
the
Rene
perfect
require
place for him to do that.
138.
You absolutely hit the nail on the head yesterday with what you said. Who wants to be remembered for their best moment losing?
100.
And that's what is Rene Idams at the moment. That's what follows him around. He's the guy who nearly won a match at the World Championship. Yes, it was against Michael van Gerwen in the peak of his powers and
100.
would have
Rene
been the
requires
biggest upset in
38.
the history of the World Championship. But the fact it didn't come off and it wasn't there, he's going to
Game
want to
shot
make
on the
new
first
memories.
leg.
And he's
Rene
making a
Idams.
great start to that process. He top of the table over the night and he opens us up with a 18 darter to break the throw.
Second leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on. $59.
We also found out the reason as to the Cube nickname. We did question it yesterday, wondering why it was. Apparently to do with his body shape.
96.
Which, as we know, if you've been clued in with your darts over the last couple of years, it's changed drastically over the years. It's
180.
about half the size, so maybe we need to change from the cube to the cylinder.
$140.
That's an oblong way out.
Well, using that as a base, you would be
60.
known nickname-wise as Stickman.
$95.
I'll do it for you. I'd be known as the Blob. There you go. We've got it out the way.
129. Tom, you require 170.
The biggest finish of them all. 170 won't go. So Rene Idams got a chance to double his lead. 73
60.
points away.
Rene requires 73.
From adding more legs onto this very impressive legs column that just continues to grow.
Game shot on the second leg. Rene Idams.
In running, that means his leg difference has gone to plus 14. That is 9 better than his
Third leg,
closest
it's Tom to
rival,
throw
Steve
first.
Brown, and he's not
Game
finished
on.
yet because Tom Becker doesn't know how to beat Rene Idams. He's yet to win a single leg off him. If this was a continuation match, Rene Idams would be 6-0 up.
100.
And in matter of fact, Rene Idams is playing better now than he has at any point yesterday. Average of 93.94. If anything, he looks better
58.
as well than he did on day one. And he did some impressive things consistently. I don't mean this in a disrespectful way towards Rene,
55.
but I think when a lot of people saw his name on the draw sheet at the beginning of the week, many people probably weren't judging him based upon his
85.
play, based upon his form of now. They were probably basing a lot of opinions, as we said, on that particular World Championship match. He's making people stand up to attention, and fair play to him for doing that.
58.
Well, there's a couple of things to remember there. First of all, that World Championship match was 7 years ago, and we've got nothing else to talk about since in terms of a standout moment. 7 years in
99.
sport is a very long time. And the fact we're still going back to 2016 is the problem. The next thing is, when you look at the odds and we look at that market move this morning, it was 10-1 just to win this
58.
group. So it's not just yourself who thought maybe Rene's not going to cut it in this group, but actually the odds compilers, which when you look at it, I think are a very good guide in terms of
59.
what we expect to see, because the bookies don't want to be losing money. They're not going to price someone at 10-1 if they think they're in with a strong chance of winning the group. So absolutely bang on in that assessment.
140.
As we know, sport is played in the now, not in the past. And it's that really good quote. Every champion was once
70.
a challenger who refused to
Time you
quit.
require 90.
Well, Becker yesterday was reliant on these types of opportunities.
Game shot in the third leg. Tom Becker.
17 going under for Tom Becker. 2-1 brings it back and wins his first leg of the week against Rene Idams.
Fourth
In
leg is
terms of
Rene
the
to throw
scoring
first.
phase
Game on.
of his games, it was a bit below par. He only had one average in the 80s. But when he was given opportunities to finish off
36.
legs, he took them and took them with aplomb. In fact, he had 3-ton-plus finishes over the course of yesterday. So if you leave him with the opportunity just to sniff around,
100.
he can be quite odorous in taking them.
100.
Basically, don't give him a whiff.
58.
I mention this every time I'm on commentary, and hopefully people will pick it up one day. The 19s
140.
usage. If he would have switched over to the 18s there, or gone, he's left himself 3-4-3. So a 180 now, losing 160, which means he can't finish.
100.
So essentially he's 9 darts away from winning the leg, which is where he started in the first place. And this is the thing you've got to look at when you're looking at
45.
how you can come from this stage and move on to the professional ranks. This is the difference. Those little bits of counting that just give you that percentage. If you only hit the 1 treble in the combination,
60.
you've got to be looking at the 17 usage rather than the 19, just to keep the opportunity of going out in 6. I think Paul Nicholson's very favourable on the big 6-dart conversions.
60.
They are possible. And you'd rather have an opportunity than not. That's why there are such things as a national lottery, for example, because just having that opportunity is better than not.
26. Rene require 120.
I take it you didn't win it on Saturday. Well, that's a perfect guy for the treble. Should have left in tops.
40. Tom, you require 157.
They're the sort of visits that I mentioned at the start of this match that Rene's just got to tighten up a little bit, especially when we get some of the bigger hitters like Darryl Pilgrim, who's going to be joining us later on in the week.
45. Rene require
He
80.
will jump and pounce on those sort of opportunities. He slipped in the one again. Great recovery. 2 11s. This is a fantastic placement on the board. People don't like to leave it because of the breakdown, but it is
Game shot on the
such a
fourth
nice
leg.
double.
Rene
And
Idams.
Rene Idams, case in point. But he keeps that doubles percentage going. 3 from 4 in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first.
He was
Game on.
quite close to the 50% mark yesterday. 39 darts thrown, 18 hits.
60.
Basically, this game is both players playing to type of yesterday, and it's perhaps not a
60.
surprise that Rene Idams is running out into a 3-1 lead. And after this, David Kern and Jim Meyer, the two players at the
100.
bottom of the league table, will kick off their day. Both need a big push on day 2. Landlocked on 2 points.
70.
And a reminder, of course, you can get involved in the action here at the MODUS Super Series via our social media
100.
channels. There you are on your screen there at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Send in your thoughts, send in your observations. You got any questions for the
97.
commentary box? Myself and Matt will answer any of those throughout the course of the day. And, well, if you want to be a part of the Super Series, come and join us on a Saturday night.
100.
Tickets are available for this competition. You see those benches at the back of the stage there. Will it be open for the crowd on a Saturday evening? Dartshop.tv is where
46.
that QR code will take you to.
141.
And you can have a night at the darts here in the south coast city of Portsmouth. The sunny south coast city of Portsmouth.
45.
The beautiful south coast city of Portsmouth.
I think you're getting a bit excited there with that one, but
58.
do have a nice couple of arcades
Tommy
and
Require,
things, so
96.
could have a nice family day out.
$56. Rene Require, 170.
Great dart. Oh, I was expecting there, and I think he was as
105.
well.
Tommy Require, 40.
Sat perfectly in the board for another treble. He'll be disappointed with that.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
no
leg.
disappointment
Tom
here for
Becker.
Tom Becker. Only 2 darts thrown at the double. Converted them both. It was also a strength of his yesterday. I feel like I'm saying that a
Six
lot
Vegas
about
Rene
these
to throw
players
first.
because
Game on.
maybe what they did is they was in the practice room yesterday just practicing doubles the whole time because very strong.
125.
And speaking of the practice room, it was a very different vibe in there this morning. When I went up yesterday to have a chat on the balcony with Chris Murphy and assess the day, I says, first,
100.
it's very quiet in there. No one was really saying anything. A couple of players had headphones in. It wasn't quite the practice
100.
room of old. But today, this morning, a little bit more conversation, a little bit more laughter, a little bit more interaction. And with that, I think we're going to get a better standard today because of it.
41.
Because I think the nerves started in the back room and they transmitted onto the stage. And if they can just diffuse that a little bit in that practice room and give themselves somewhere to go that's fun, enjoyable, and escape from the pressure cooker
100.
of when you walk over that yellow line. And as long as they can separate them too. That yellow line at the back of the stage needs to be exactly like in football. They talk about crossing the
55.
line and going onto the pitch and crossing that white line and how the mentality and the attitude changes instantly. I certainly know when I played in this in the last series, that's exactly what I
40.
did. I was messing around and in the practice room, but soon as I stepped over that yellow line, it was a completely different person.
Are you sure? We saw you bow. We saw you do
42.
everything on
Rene
that
Require,
stage.
136.
I think I'd already won the group though at that point.
That semi-final against
58.
Colin Osborne, I think some people would have some arguments against. Idams 78 for the match and a 4-2 victory, which would put him onto double digits. The
44.
first player to do exactly
Rene
that.
Require, 78.
And he has looked so comfortable in this game.
Game.
And he
shot,
wraps up
and a
the
match.
2 points
Rene
with relative
Idams.
ease. And Rene Idams continues just to go about his business with such efficiency. It's German efficiency at the Super Series. Rene Idams running out a 4-2 victor against Tom Becker, doing so with an 81 average, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Well, for Tom Becker, both darts he had at a double he hit, but it was the scoring phase that lets him down all 12. Any items a 4-2 victor coming up after the break. Davy Kerman against Jim Mayer.
Welcome back. Game 3 of Tuesday's 15 fixtures is about to get underway, and it's an interesting matchup between Davy Kerwin and Jim Mayer. That's because Jim's only win came against Davy yesterday, but Davy's only victory came in his opening match, and both of those scorelines were 4-0. Let's see if either player manages to get a repeat of such thing. The Scotsman Davy Kerwin completing his practice starts and just finishing their warm-ups as well in the commentary box. It's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Indeed, the cockles are all warmed and they are ready to go. So here we go. Game 3. Mayer up against Kerwin.
First
It's
leg, it's
Luxembourg
Davy to throw
up
first.
against Scotland.
Game on.
Who thought we'd be saying that in the world of darts on TV a few years ago?
So
41.
I'm going to open here with my assessment of Davy. I think yesterday was under par and probably a little bit
58.
disappointment on his part. He averaged 78 for the day. I think he probably would have expected a lot more. I mentioned his social media yesterday where he was excited
81.
to have the opportunity to come down here to the MODUS Super Series, but he said he was coming down here to win. And the way he opened with a 4-0 victory, you think he is here to win.
99.
He's had 2 big semi-finals on the WF Tour, which was he seen him have an opportunity at Lakeside. We didn't see that sort of form yesterday.
58.
And to make semi-finals in these events are attended by big numbers of players, and we're talking 300, 400, 500 at times.
100.
Going to go at the Dutch Open as well, which is attended by thousands. I mean, like 5,000. I have been known to exaggerate once or a million times.
93.
But when I say 5,000 entries, it is actually that sort of numbers, and to reach the last 16 of that. So we've not seen the best of Davy yet. That is something that we can absolutely
135.
confirm. But the question's going to be, will we see the best of Davy? And if so, when? And it might need to be quite quick because Jim Mayer's showing the best of him.
98. Jimmy require 109.
Jim's come out swinging, all guns are blazing.
45. Davey, you require 130.
That's for Kerwin. Could he stop the Luxembourgian in his tracks? Trouble to left the ball, not to be, and so Mayer to break in the opening
58.
leg. It's all going to be
Jimmy
about the
requires
16s
64.
corridor here. Because another one of them is going to give himself a dart at the
Game shot
requisite
on the first
double.
leg. Jim
And that
Meyer.
was taken out controllably, comfortably, and with sheer efficiency.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game
I
on.
get the impression that the two lads from Luxembourg this morning have been on the practice board together playing a couple of doubles, a couple of finishing games. Because
81.
between them, Tom Becker was 2 from 2. And Jim Mayer has opened up 100% as well.
Interestingly, neither of the Luxembourgian
40.
players have nicknames. So maybe that is a task for you at home. Get in touch with us. It's at MSS Darts on Twitter.
83.
Keep them fun, keep them clean. Any suggestions of nicknames for our two Luxembourgian competitors, Tom Becker and Jim Mayer? Tweet us at
96.
MSS Darts and we'll read out some of the good ones, maybe even suggest a couple to them.
45.
Jim the Major Mayer sounds like a good nickname.
I've got a feeling if Paul Nicholson was here, he'd want to call Jim Quimby.
96.
Oh no, that's terrible.
He's even got the yellow shirt on, the yellow flights. It all fits. I'm channeling my inner Nico.
100.
Please don't. Otherwise, everything will
80.
come up Millhouse.
It's already growing on me here. Quimby.
60.
Is he going to have to wear the satchel, though? That with Mayer on? Like he does in The Simpsons?
87.
Right, I'm going to quickly move on from that ball because
132.
he leads the champagne finish with a 2-0 lead. Trouble 19.
64. Davey require 102.
Ball or treble 14.
39. Jimmy requires 68.
Two darts. That's right on the wire. That could be a real helper here for him.
64.
Wasn't able
Davey
to use
requires
it.
63.
But although this looks like an easy finish, 63, it's only going to be one dart. It's not even going to be that. The frustration visible.
31. Jimmy require 4.
It could be even more frustration here for
Game shot on the second
Davies
leg. Jim
on
Meyer.
2-0 down. An opportunity there for Davey to break the throw back and get it back in his own hands.
Third leg is Davey
Instead,
to throw first. Game on.
Quimby is halfway to victory.
You carry on, I'm going to call you Krusty.
100.
Well, you've got the clown shirt on today, so
This is the worst day of my life.
135.
so far,
$60.
and this is something that I would say is a bit concerning here for the man nicknamed Claymore, in the fact that it's now starting to get to him.
137.
I think he's probably been, well, he has been. He's been playing well. He's been doing well on the WF tour. He's been representing his country of Scotland.
58.
And he's been playing darts a lot better than this. And when you come here, you want to show what you can do, and he's not doing that. And right now, Jim Mayer is really starting to
97.
find he's in trouble here of having a repeat performance of yesterday, because this is for a breaker throw, and the performance yesterday was a 4-0 victory for Jim Mayer. It's heading that way again here, because at the moment, Davey's not able to
60.
do anything about
Jimmy
this.
require 132.
He's left the champagne finish again, but this time doesn't have to attack the bullseye with Kerwin all the way back on 2-2-3. Mayer
92.
playing above and beyond the level that he played in that game yesterday. David Kerwin playing below it. But it looks like it's going to be the same outcome potentially because Mayer even tops
99.
after 12 for a 3-0 lead, and this would be for the double break. Double 10.
Game shot in the third leg.
And it is
Jim
3-0
Mayer.
to Jim Mayer. And he's a leg away from doubling his points tally.
Fourth leg, it's
From
Jim to
doing the
throw
double
first.
over
Game
Davey.
on.
Keeps finding as well with that opening dart.
140.
This is going to do Davey no favours in terms of being able to find that level we know he's capable of.
85.
And I don't know about you, Matt, but there just seems to be a little bit more rhythm and a little bit more flow about the throw of Jim Mayer here.
Oh, I've been really happy with the action of Jim Mayer. I've
140.
enjoyed watching him. And if you can just keep that shoulder out of the throw, he's going to stop dragging the darts low as well. Which
60.
ultimately could put a couple of points on his average, which ultimately could see him start to climb the table. That first dart again, perfect for Jim Mayer.
83.
Well, he's on the cusp. If he can take the 138 out, he will be in around the 90 average range. I've only seen one of them so far this week.
140. Jimmy requires.
He's tried to find a match to pass something in comparison, but this for the match. Double 12 to do it in style.
140.
The double 12 would have been for a 12.
We mentioned the 90 average. That's exactly where he is. 90.00, 90 on the button.
59. Jimmy require 24.
Been an impressive performance from Jim Mayer.
Game.
And he
shot,
gets
and
the
match,
points that
Jim
it duly
Mayer.
deserves. A 4-0 victory for the Luxembourgian thrower against Davy Kerr. Back-to-back 4-0 victories against the Scot. Doing so with an 88.41 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. As for David Kerwin, well, as you can see from the statistics there, there's work for him to do as the day goes along. So, time for a break following the culmination of the first round of fixtures. And after the break, we're going to see Rene Idams in action up against John Worsley.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first 3 matches have been completed and John Worsley got off to winning ways against Steve Brown. Rennie Idams repeated that 4-2 scoreline against Tom Becker, and Jim Meyer a whitewash win against Davy Kerwin for the 2nd successive day. And it means that Idams is now clear at the top of the table by 2 points from Brown, and John Worsley is starting to climb in the right direction as well. Idams and Worsley are about to play as well, so a chance for the Womble to close the gap to the top even smaller. The action about to start, and your commentary team for all the fixtures today are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. So, seconds out, round 2 for Tuesday. And it sees the man at the summit, Rennie Idams, who looked so comfortable in that opening success against Tom Becker. 4-2, 81 average. And at times that was
First leg, it's
tickling
Renee
the
to
90
throw
mark.
first. Game on.
What a 5 on the double, very impressive as well. He's just continuing to tick along nicely. As for John Worsley, though, there was
59.
some positive elements from that opening 4-2 success against Steve Brown.
$140.
He started the game really strong, didn't he, John Worsley? And then Steve Brown hit him back really hard. And when it came to the crunch moment, the
58.
big darts came from John Worsley. And I think the really encouraging sign for John Worsley was that 112 finish, because when he did win the week here in the last series, that was a real strength of
99.
John Worsley. He found a lot of those low ton plus combinations, sort of the 1-4s, 1-8s, 1-12s, that sort of area where it's like
96.
a treble, a single, and a double. The fact that he found one in the opening game is a really encouraging sign. And the players will be aware of it, despite the fact Rennie Idams, if you
56.
just look at raw results and you just look at the table and you see Rennie Idams top of the table, 10 points plus 14 legs, you'll think, this is a guy who's bossing this
134.
group. But he's just a guy who's taking his opportunities at the moment. He's not a guy who's carving himself out more than anybody else. And with that, he could become a little bit vulnerable.
60. Renee require 154.
154 for Idams. Not going to happen on this occasion. So Worsley back for 146, and he's not going to make a surmountable hole in this either.
22. John, you require 146.
These are the little mistakes that he keeps making. Until now, he's been getting away with them, but we have seen an improved level today from John Worsley, and if he can continue and
41.
grow in a bit of confidence,
Renee
he could be
require
a man that could
132.
topple Rennie Idams in this one.
No early morning champagne popping at the Super Series.
47. John, you require 105.
John Worsley's looking to bottleneck the group with a victory in this one. I'm going to find the treble 15 to leave him tops. 85 is what Rennie Idams now
41.
wants.
Renee, you require 85.
And he's going to get a couple of tops.
75.
And has already missed more darts at double
John,
in
you
the first
require
leg of this
64.
match than he did in the entirety of his opening game against Tom Becker. Which means Worsley's got a dart at tops of the break.
Game shot on
Finds
the
the
first
break.
leg. John
Worsley
Worsley
leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
The
Game on.
odds compilers didn't quite give up on John Worsley. They did in terms of the group winner. He did open up yesterday 10 to 11 favourite. We saw this morning that he drifted right out to 100 to 30. But in
44.
this match, despite the fact he didn't have the throw, was priced up as 4 to 6 favourite for the match. So the bookies,
60.
not looking at the league table and that short-term form of results, they're looking at a bigger scale, and they're thinking that John Worsley is still the favourite to win this one.
35.
Just a bit over to the left, John.
$59. 58.
Do say it all takes shape on a Tuesday. We sort of know where people are playing for and what they've
59.
still got within their sights by the end of today. And we look at the bottom of the table. Davy Kirk went on 2 points. He's on a run of 5 defeats in a row. We could pretty much say his chance
92.
of winning this group. So his best opportunity now is to get himself into a Group B position. And we'll see these sort of results unfold as the day goes on.
98.
And what players are playing for going into tomorrow. But Worsley can really play himself into contention here for being one of the people we talk about winning this group.
97.
When he was going on that bit of a losing run yesterday, and certainly that level of performance, John Worsley's daily average just 80.55. This is from a man who's reached a
94.
semi-final on the PDC Pro Tour before. That is well below expectation.
It has to be said, both players playing way below the par
60.
performance that we've come to expect
Rene
of them.
require 131.
It'll be one of those games where it's just all about the 2 points and just completely forget about the performance.
57. John, you require 115.
Worsley for a 2-0 lead. Trouble 19. Would have given him a dart at the requisite double, and so Idams for the break back.
99. Rene requires 74.
So this has been the strength for Rennie Idams.
54.
Oh, and he's hit the barrel.
John, you require 16.
He's ended up hitting the barrel, come very low. Equipment
Game
getting in
shot
the
on the
way,
second
but
leg.
nothing in the
John
way there for
Worsley.
John Worsley. And he offers up a little bit of punishment there to Rennie Idams, who's had a couple of opportunities in this game. 3 darts
Third
at
leg
the
is
double.
Rene to throw first.
Been unable to
Game on.
convert any of them. Whereas Worsley yet to miss one.
45.
This was the only fixture yesterday that Rennie Idams didn't win. Maybe John Worsley knows the formula.
100.
Is he going to share it with the rest of the practice room? Because no one else has figured out the formula how to beat Rennie. But it appears
82.
that John Worsley has his Rennie Idams voodoo doll in tow.
Maybe
100.
he is the Max Park of the Super Series, the guy that can solve the cube. He is
54.
the current Rubik's Cube world champion. I should probably have made that clearer.
$60. $135.
Apparently, he solved a Rubik's Cube in 6 seconds.
I haven't done it
86.
yet, and I've been trying for 6 years.
$80. John, you require
There's
155.
a couple of times now we've had sort of a weird angle for any items on the board. Something to keep an eye out throughout the day.
99. Rene, you require
You
105.
feel this is a must-go shot here for Rene. The way John Worsley is finishing. This is Rene's darts as well. So Worsley's got a chance now for a double breaker
57.
throw.
John, you require
Rene
56.
Idams, who has looked a little bit vulnerable at times. Maybe about to have that vulnerability
Game shot in the
exposed.
third leg. John Worsley.
Well, it's been a game that neither player have hit the rip-roaring heights as far as the scoring stage is concerned.
Fourth
But
leg, it's John to throw
both
first.
players have had 3
Game
darts
on.
of double in this game. Rennie Idams failing to convert, whilst John Worsley can't miss.
43.
And that was a double break.
$140.
He does have a very thick flight on the back of his dart, which... See there, John Worsley having to come across because the way the dart lies, his
56.
darts lay flat, a bit Taylor-esque. But these real sort of thick equipment at the back just cause these heavier deflections. Yes, you get to keep the shape
41.
of the dart all the time, but if the dart hits it at the same sort of angle, that impact, that pressure has to go somewhere, which quite often is the movement of the point at the other end of the dart.
58.
Angle very good for everything I've been saying about John Worsley, where he wants that dart to go just underneath the treble wire.
140.
Oh, Idan's making some significant hay in this leg. He hadn't had a score in the Ton 40 plus column in the match. He's had 2 in 3 visits now.
98.
If he can crank in a third of them, he will leave himself on tops after 12, and that's a
140.
fantastic last dart. And this is the type of game, despite John Worsley being in a 3-0 lead, it hasn't been
85.
a game
Renee
littered with
requires
quality. So
40.
someone can just find a formula for a little while, and they could, in the case of Rene, find themselves on the comeback trail very
No
quickly.
score. John, you require
But
161.
3 more missed darts for the German means that Worsley has got a match-winning chance on 161. Down for treble 17. Just caresses the other side of the wire into the treble 3.
89. Rene, you require 40.
So tots are Idams, and now double 10. And importantly as well, this would be for a break.
35.
But the break's not going to come, and the match may come
John,
to
you
an end
require
because
72.
Worsley wants 72.
He'll be at tops, one of his favourite doubles. He's left it at every possible turn and opportunity.
Game,
and it's a
shot, and the
perfect
match,
display of
John
finishing for John Worsley. 4 darts at the double, 4 darts hit, 4 legs won. It's 4-0 against Rennie Idams, the man who was top of the table. He struggled on his finishing. He had 9 darts at a double, but wasn't able to convert. And that result will open up the group and grab the attention of Steve Brown, who is coming up in our next game against Jim Mayer.
Welcome back. You rejoin us here at the MODUS Super Series after back-to-back whitewash wins, and one of them was for Jim Meyer. That was against Davy Kerwin a couple of games ago. John Worsley then beating Rennie Idams by the same scoreline, meaning that Steve Brown is still within 2 of the cube and looks to go level on 10 at the top of the table. But Meyer has won his last 2 games and is looking to make it a hat-trick. Over to Henry and Matt to talk you through this one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, game 5 of our day, and it's come quite quickly today after those couple of whitewash victories. And, well, Steve Brown up against John Worsley in his first game, average of 84.5. It was an okay performance.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Jim Meyer,
game on.
well, he superseded what we saw from him yesterday in that opening success against David Kerwin. The question is, can he continue the trend?
45.
And there's another trend that we're going to see if that's going to be the case as well. That's the trend of Steve Brown, who yesterday opened the day with the worst performance that he had and then got
47.
better as the day went on, added nearly 20 points on his average across the day. But what was very impressive about Steve Brown is match by match, he
95.
increased. And I've never seen that before. I've seen it before where people have got better as the day's gone on, but they'll have a dip or they'll have a game that's similar. But Brown got better game by game.
84.
Can he repeat that today? Because, once again, today he opened up with a defeat. But then he went on to win his next 4 matches.
100. $43.
That first start was so inviting into the treble bed there for Steve Brown, the man who
180.
opened up day 2 as the new group favourite.
$40. Steve, you require 81.
He said he has this trend of getting better as the days go along. Started off okay.
69.
Can't wrap up the first leg here in 15, but he's going to come back. Man, not quite living up to the heights in this
99.
first leg as
Steve, you
to
require
when he
12.
produced against David Kerwin a couple of matches ago. And now it's going to be the madhouse for Brown. His opponent's not on a
Game shot
finish.
in the first leg.
Doesn't
Steve
matter. The
Brown.
Bomber leads 1-0. It could have ended messily, but it ended in a leg win.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Really good recovery there for
96.
Steve Brown as well, because when you pull a dart low like that, then you've got to go to the top of the board in one of those shots that's just you either hit it or you miss. There's no other choice.
58.
You can have that little bit of fear about pulling low, busting the shot. The thought pattern may have even entered his mind about
81.
busting the shot and going back with Jim back on 188. But good forward and aggressive
60.
mindset and mentality there for Steve Brown, who told me yesterday he's going to get better as the week goes on, and he thinks he's going to be strongest at the back end of the week, which does back up
40.
my theory I had yesterday when I said, I do think that Steve Brown is going to be here on Saturday. It's just how. Is it by winning this group? Is it from a Group
100.
B or a Group C campaign?
Steve's been here on more than enough occasions to have got through a whole manner and a
100.
whole host of different ways. In fact, when Connie Heenahan hit that 9-dart finish, the second week
85.
we were here, Steve Brown missed the double 18 to do it earlier on that day. But it was Connie Heenahan who was the
43.
man. Biggest surprise, he's not actually gone on to win a week at the Super Series, Connie Heenahan. Judging some of the darts he's played.
$81. Jim, you require 141.
And it was the 1-4-1 combination which nailed the 9 for the Irishman. And ironically, the treble 15 double 18 was the combination that Steve Brown missed that day. It's the 117 for the Bomber for 2-0.
83. Stevie require 117.
It's treble 19. It's tops.
97.
But it drags just
Stevie
underneath. And
require
so
58.
the Luxembourg lobber wants tops.
19. Stevie require 20.
That's always my concern with Jim, that he's going to end up dragging darts low. I do think he hit the equipment
shot
on
on the
that
second
occasion
leg.
as well. I
Steve
don't think that was
Brown.
just a complete drag down of the dart. But Steve Brown breaks the
Third
throw. He
leg at
doesn't seem
Steve
too
to throw
happy about
first.
it.
Game on.
I think that's more to do with the performance than the result, because the result was exactly what he wanted. He's 2-0 up.
55.
You do get players that get bogged down with performance over result. I mean, look at John Worsley, who won our opening game 4-2 against Steve Brown.
100.
He was almost disappointed he threw his hand at the board in dismissiveness almost, but that was at the performance rather than the result, and we are in a results-based business.
180.
As the old football adage used to say, 1-0 to the Arsenal.
35.
Doesn't matter how, as long as you get the points in the bank.
And it's one of the weird things about darts, isn't it, that we're so obsessed with the stats and the numbers that hide behind the result that we
96.
don't get happy with the result if the numbers don't be what we want it to be. You know, I've never seen Pep in a interview afterwards go, yeah, we won 1-0, but
28.
we only had 27% possession today.
Well, that's usually because they never had 27% possession. Darts is the only sport in the
59.
world. It's the only sport in the world where people are unhappy with winning, but some people can then be happy with losing because their performance was good. Riddle me that.
I get it in terms of a
43. Stevie
long-term
require
plan, but if it's just a
111.
one-off game where they've played well and had a good average, yeah, I don't understand that process. But if it's a process of I'm not getting the results, but my stats are getting better and my performances, then I mean, so Brentford went through the system, wasn't it? They just
51.
analysed every single bit of information, and I think that's the other thing as well that a lot of players don't do. I think they just look at a baseline average. They don't look at what makes up those numbers.
99. Stevie
We'll
requires
continue
60.
this discussion shortly because Brown has got 2 at tops for 3-0. Can he pitch one through the middle?
20.
Not on the target, at least.
The beauty he's got is time on his hands, so he will come back at a nice open bed. He does like this area of the board as well, but
140.
now there's a bit of
Stevie require
urgency
40.
in the situation. Perfect dart there for Steve
Game
Brown.
shot on the third leg.
He just
Steve
fancied
Brown.
that. It was an invitation to the tops.
And so it's Steve Brown leading 3-0 against Jim Meyer. And
Fourth leg, it's
let's
Jim
go back
throw
to that
first.
point about
Come on.
analytics within the sport. As you say, I think a lot of people maybe just there's so many layers to database and statistics in the
100.
sport. But if you speak to 90% of the players that try and analyse games,
60.
there'll probably only be one thing they analyse more than anything else. That's the main average, which, look, it's the most important statistic in that terms of thing I get. But if you look how other sports analyse,
60.
football, for example, yes, you have your key baseline statistics, but if you truly wanted to try and improve yourself, you dig deeper. And maybe not enough
82.
players do that in this sport.
Or what they'll do is they'll do it on emotion or feeling. I mean, Dan Reed, a great example of somebody who comes here to the Super Series on a
78.
regular basis and said that his weakest part of his game is his finishing. But when we looked at the stats, he was actually one of the best finishers when it comes to the doubling. But he feels it's not. But then is that
125.
because the time of when he misses those shots really highlight to him and how he feels at it?
But you also think that players will analyse the
121.
stats straight away, possibly get the hump, and then park it away. Whereas
46. Jim, you require 142.
We'll discuss this again in a bit more depth because Mayer's on a finish here. Well, in fact, he doesn't take out the 142. I remember working at a football club, and
44.
we wouldn't talk about analysis on a Saturday. When the result happened, the result happened. And then Monday morning, you'd go in for training and you'd break down the analytics from there. Maybe with darts players, do they have to break it down to the fact that
85.
you don't analyse based on the
98.
emotion of the time, you break it down a little bit later on?
Dart players don't get the hump. I don't know what you're on about.
58. Steve, you require 103.
Jim could be getting the hump very, very soon. Steve Brown wants tops for the match.
63. Jim, you require 40.
Jim's had 2 darts at a double in this match so far, been unable to convert. It was at tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Change
leg.
of scenery
Jim
does
Meyer.
well for Jim. And he gets himself back in this game. It was only a holder throw. He's going to need to break Steve Brown on a couple of
Fifth leg,
occasions
Steve to
here.
throw first. Game on.
And let's be blunt about it. The performance so far from Jim is not going to cut it. He's averaging
96.
under 70 in this match. If he's going to get those breaks, he's going to have to raise his game significantly. Back to the levels that we saw earlier on when he beat
100.
Davy Kirkwan. He beat him 4 legs to 0. 88.41 average. That's where he's going to need to start to get to.
95.
He's going to keep on the coattails here of Steve Brown.
Well, we looked at that performance and thought maybe the real Jim Mayer has arrived here this week at the Super Series. This was what
43.
our friends at ADC Europe saw in competition.
60.
The thing about ADC Europe is that these players are going to get more exposure over coming months. There's going to be more competitions laid on for them. Where they're going to compete with
100.
players from the likes of the Netherlands and Belgium. Give themselves more exposure against players of higher calibers and qualities. Luxembourg still a developing region in the darting world.
$100. Steve, you require 115. $97.
He opted to go for
Jimmy
the bull in
require
25 and
158.
ended up with a happy accident there, slipping into the 19s. Left the option of the 96 finish. This one, much simpler for Steve, but it does still pose a question. Is it straight for it or is it split?
18. Game, shot.
Straight for
And the
it,
match,
straight
Steve
in.
Brown.
And Steve Brown continues his trend, which he followed yesterday, opening up with a defeat. Then he went on a run of 4 wins, improving as the day went on. Well, there's one of them. Is he going to continue that throughout the day? He joins Rennie Idams at the top of the table. But coming up next, we've got Tom Becker taking on Davy Kirkwan.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Gareth Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Right then, game 6 coming up next, and it's a meeting between Tom Becker, one of the ADC Europe representatives, and Scotland's Davy Kerwin, looking for his first win of the day. In fact, both players looking for their first points on Tuesday. Kerwin looking to lift himself off the bottom of the table if he can get a victory here. Becker, though, well, he has his sights towards the top, can join John Worsley on 8 in third place if he gets the win.
Thank you very much, Chris.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Who
Game on.
is going to pick up their first points of the day? But Tom Becker, well, he kind of played to the story of yesterday. It was an average in around the 70s, but was perfect on the doubles in a 4-2 defeat against Rene Idams. As for Davy Kerwin, well, we expected big things from him at the beginning of day 2, but 73.5 average. Didn't get a dart at double against Jim Mayer in his opening game. Both players with work to do in game 2 for them. The end of the second cycle of fixtures this match.
100.
On the basis of the results that Davy's thrown away from here, I expected a lot more from him in general. We've seen averages over 100 thrown from him.
140.
Up in his native Scotland, he regularly get some good competition on those ADC systems and that vault system. I mentioned yesterday that one of the people that
30.
I was basing his results off of and his sort of levels was Gary Stone. Someone we see here regularly at the Super Series, someone who's picked up group titles before
98.
and played a very good level of consistency. And Dave's got a very good sort of to and fro record with Gary Stone, which I thought, well, Gary Stone's a very good measuring stick in terms of Super Series standard.
Davey require
He
167.
has been in touch this morning as well as Gary and said, tell Davey it's Tuesday, he can wake up. I must think that Davey must be playing some
45.
big local darts on a Tuesday and obviously is tearing it up there in Scotland, which is why he's here right now, here at the Super Series. We've yet to see the best, but
97. Davey require
the best
122.
may be in front of him.
May begin with a 1-2-2. The ball.
Game's on the first leg.
From Davy Kerwin. 1-0 he leads at the break of throw.
Second leg, it's Davey to
15
throw
darter.
first.
Maybe that's
Game
more the
on.
sign to the player that we've been expecting to see this week.
$91.
Is it me, or is everything about Davy Kirkwin right now faster? Seems to be
60.
walking quicker, throwing quicker.
$96.
Definitely quicker. Definitely.
It looks relaxed as well. Whereas maybe in that first game it was just a little bit uptight.
100.
I would say he's just trying to be too deliberate. He's trying to make sure of something rather than just letting it happen, letting it flow.
81.
Then you become your own opponent. And trust me, when you're playing yourself, that's one of the hardest battles you'll ever have in your life.
100.
You found it tough just playing opponents.
55. $60.
There's a little flick over to
86.
check out the scoreboard situation. That's something I haven't quite got my mind fully made up on in terms of that scoreboard pressure.
100.
I think it's very
Davey, you require 92.
different depending on who we're talking about and who we're dealing with. Goes the old school route, we now call it, the 25 and the bullseye option.
67.
That was a bullseye that
Tommy
he
require
hit to win the
81.
last leg, the 1-2-2 finish on the ball. Wasn't able to convert it on this occasion. But that is a sloppy dart. That's a brilliant dart.
49.
He needed another quality
Davey,
one
you
there
require
because
25.
Davey, 25 points away from confirming that breaker throw.
Game shot
And
in the
he is
second leg.
really
Davey
making a move
Kerwin.
here. An average of nearly 86 at the moment for Davey. And that, in terms of what we've seen so far, this is
Third
the
leg
best
is
we've
Tom
seen
to throw
from him.
First. Game on.
He is starting to be that player we keep telling you is inside. Tom Becker will be thinking, but why is it
59.
against me? Came into today on 6 points, well and truly in the mix. But he lost his opening game 4-2 to Rennie Idams.
48.
He's in trouble of having another defeat here, which the way Rennie Idams, Steve Brown and John Worsley are picking up results after 7 laps of fixtures, could start to see him get a little
60.
bit detached from those group leaders.
Well, it's beginning to become a league of two halves, and the three players we expected to be the strong suits are most certainly living up to that
81.
expectation as things stand. Rennie Idams and Steve Brown both locked on 10 points. John Worsley on 8. Rennie Idams in action. And our next gaming is Jim Meyer.
60.
Worsley takes on Becker and Kerwin takes on Brown. So there is a real opportunity in the next cycle of games where the table could severely detach. And we will be looking at two completely
80.
different leagues. This is the league table as things stand.
$60.
Very, very tight at the top of the table. Rennie Idams and Steve Brown only separated by legs. Both won the same amount of legs. Legs won both on
140.
22. Rennie Idams just took a lesser defeat. Not much in it at the moment.
98.
But for
Davey
John
require
Worsley, the concern there
152.
would have been the legs difference. He's going to have to pick up a big victory somewhere to get himself back in the mix there.
92. Tom, you require 164.
Well, he's had a 157 this week. Is he going to have a 164 to boot? The Bull.
Great
setup.
Davey,
Yeah, he didn't want to go for the ball. He just wanted to leave it handy and hope that Davey misses tops. He's going to get 2 darts, but he's got to come around it. A shuffle to the right.
Game shot on the third
What a
leg.
fantastic
Davey
dart
Kerwin.
that is from Davey Kerwin. And that is a double break of throw. By
Fourth leg,
far
it's
the best
Davey to
performance
throw
we've
first.
seen so far
Game
from
on.
Davey. We've been warning you, though, it's in there. The potential is there. We're starting to see it come through now.
83.
Davey Kerwin is finding something from the locker. Underneath the sea of defeats, is he just rising up to the tungsten tide?
60.
The tide is high, and Becker can't hold on at the minute.
This is where you need Chris Murphy, because I'm sure he'd have lots of Claymore puns right now for
140.
Davey.
Ironically, we've got a guy called Becker on the stage up against a guy with Claymore, and Rafa Nadal's not
81.
refereeing. Big tennis fan.
85.
Are you at Matt?
Oh, a massive, yeah. Yep, no idea on that reference, I'm afraid.
60.
Someone said that you loved it.
Some say you're just causing a racket over there.
60.
To be fair, I do love tennis. Do a bit of courting.
Davey's going to be loving this game right now. He's 170 points ahead in a leg that could give him just his second victory
60.
of
Davey
this group
Require,
so far,
133.
with by far his best performance. This has been dominant. He's got it wrong.
No score.
He's miscounted completely. He's gone for a 1-4-3. I'm just glad for Davey that he didn't run around the stage celebrating, thinking he's got his next points on the board. It was double 11 that he wanted in that situation.
100.
And often when you
Davey
miscount, you
Require,
always tend to hit
133.
it. Let's have another go, Davey.
This would be capital punishment if Becker took out the 140.
37.
And now he's had a bounce out. And now it's becoming a disaster.
Tommy Require, 140.
Just put yourself in the mind of Davey for the moment.
No way.
You think you've just won the game with a 2 treble and a double
100.
combination, only to
Davey
then
Require,
come back
96.
and have to do it again because you bust and then have a bounce out, and it's all unravelling.
And Becker may have 3 darts to win a leg that he may have thought he didn't win. Kerwin 40, it was all over.
56.
It's still not over.
Tommy Require, 40.
He could lose this leg.
The man who has been so good
Game
on his
shot on the
doubles
fourth
lives up
leg.
to that
Tom
type
Becker.
again here. Davy Kerwin bust the 133. He miscounted. He went for double 16 as opposed to double 11.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw
Tom
first.
Becker has picked up
Game
the
on.
pieces. And if we see a comeback victory from here, that is going to become one of the most cataclysmic miscounts we've ever seen at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
We nearly had Glenn Durrant at the Isle of Man vibes there. Glenn Durrant missing the double 16 for the match. He celebrated. He says, get in.
125.
Only to find out he wasn't actually in the double in the first place. I do feel that right now, friends and family in Scotland of Davey are going to be
100.
pressing screen record right now and taking that moment. And he's probably going to hear that quite a few times this evening.
I hope for his sake he's not on any WhatsApp groups.
60.
Imagine if he'd have celebrated that moment though as well. That would have
23.
just made it worse for Davey. The worst thing is Tom got himself back in the game. That's probably the worst thing for him right now because Davey had 9 darts there to wrap that up.
140.
In total terms, wasn't able to do so. Tom Becker's got a leg on the board, and amongst all that as well, we missed the fact it was a breaker throw.
And the thing is, for Tom Becker now, really what happens here is
45.
kind of irrelevant towards him. Anything he does from here is a free hit because Cohen thought he won the game. Becker's pinched the leg.
60.
Whatever happens from here, he's free rolling it. Doesn't matter a jot if he loses from here, but it'd be a massive recovery if he can find a win. Is he finding a second wind?
140.
This
Davey
game could be
Require,
changing
116.
quite dramatically unless Kerwin can take out the 116. He's going to get a dart at double 18.
98.
And Becker's going to get 2
Tommy
darts
Require,
at tops
53.
to bring it back to 3-2.
Had
13. Davey,
a
you
couple
require
of match
18.
starts, couple of opportunities. Made a bit of a mess of them. but he will
Game,
not
shot,
make
and a
a
match.
mess of this
Davey
one.
Kerwin.
Davey gets over the line in the end about 5 minutes later than he probably should have. Bit of a miscount there and a missed opportunity. He's trying to work out what he did wrong there. It was 10 points too many on the finish, but this time Davey gets the points. A 4-1 victory, and that is his second victory of the group. Coming up next, top of the table, Rennie Iams takes on Jim Mayer.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Matthew Edgar has come and joined me to reflect on the first 6 results so far today. Now, at the start of the day, you said you didn't really expect anyone to make a big move, but as you can see from those results there, that the Womble is kind of surfacing from underground, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been playing pretty well today as well, or playing better in terms of the opportunities and the moments, where yesterday he just looked a little bit off it, a little bit nervous. Now, we don't know how much darts he has been playing because he didn't go to Q School, which means he can't play the Challenge Tour. We're not really seeing him surface at too many of the ADC events, so most of his darts is going to come locally, which a lot of the time when you play those sort of local events, you know the people you're playing against, you know that you're going to get certain results against certain people, where here's a little bit more of an unknown, and it just takes a little bit of time just to get back into the stride and get back into feeling comfortable playing against that level of player again, and he is looking like a different player today than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, 2 wins for John Worsley. Nobody else has managed that record so far today because he's beaten the top 2, Rennie Iams and Steve Brown.
And we're seeing like a little bit of a separation in the table appear now, which is exactly what we kind of expected to see based on the reputations of the players. We had 3 players that are sort of unknown, and they're going to sort of battle it out in Group C, we'd imagine. But I think the top of the table and what we'll be looking at come the end of play tomorrow is those top 3 places, and those top 3 players, I think, just flip-flopping around, and who's going to put that little run of games together. John Worsley's already started.
Big win for Davey Kerwin, though, there before the break, getting himself off the bottom of the table.
I've been expecting it for quite a while for Davey, but based on what I've seen outside of the Super Series, when you look through their form line and everything that he's been doing, he's been playing really well on that WF Tour and 2 semi-finals in 2 of the big events, 2 of those sort of high-ranking events as well. Big entry numbers, big players go to these, and to get through that and to get through that seeded system that's in place as well, that's really good darts and some really good sustained darts. So for him to be doing what he's doing here was a bit of a surprise. And then when I'm hearing from some of his friends coming through on social media, sending in some tweets, letting us know how well he's been playing coming into this, some of the averages he's been putting in, 3 figures. And you look at that and you go, well, where is that Davey? And I think we saw a glimpse of it in that last one. And I just caught him coming back into the practice room. He was almost distraught, but at the same time laughing about that miscount. He thought that was hilarious at the same time, as I think we did on comms. He was just lucky he didn't affect the game too much. He did go on to lose that leg, but really good composure for someone who's not got the sort of experience in front of the cameras that Davey doesn't, to be able then to recompose himself and to go on and win the match in the next leg. I think that's a good sign moving forward.
Yeah, look out for that miscount across our social media channels. Just quickly, Jim Mayer and Rene Idam's about to play. Both won the first match but lost the second. Particularly for Rene, how does he respond to that 4-0 defeat, or how should he respond?
Well, he's had the formula so far. He knows what he needs to do. He's been doing it so far. He's been reacting well. He's been doing the right things, and the right things come at the back end of legs. That's where he's been strong. That let him down in the last one, and he got caught out. And that's kind of this group. No one's outscoring anybody. It's all coming down to the finishers. Everyone's getting opportunities. He just missed them in the last one. But I think it's going to be the same sort of thing in this game, because I've been really impressed with Jim. He's shown some really good flashes of moments. I'm a big fan of sort of the fluency in the action as well. I think this is going to be one that's going to go quite tight.
Well, let's see how it unfolds. Back to Henry to talk you through this one.
Thank you, boys. And you're both looking very pretty in pink as well. So, game 7, Jim Mayer up against Rene Idams. The table-topping German who is looking to bounce back on the receiving end of that 4-0 defeat to John Worsley last time out. And that was probably, well, it was his worst performance by a considerable distance, a 73.88 average. Missed 9 darts to double in that game. John Worsley a 4-0 winner, and that was mainly because of his finishing 4 from 4. The scoring phase of the match was nothing to write home about for either player.
Okay, first leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game
and
on.
So, it's all about the recovery for Rene. And the same can be said for Jim Mayer as well. He lost out 4-1 to Steve Brown in the 5th game of the day, 73 average.
58.
And that was on the back of what was a very promising start to his day against Davy Kerwin.
43. 125. 81.
'In terms of this game, both players looking for a reaction, Matt. Are we looking perhaps a bit more in terms of how Jim Mayer responds? Because we're expecting Rene to come back up to the levels we saw before.
I'm not sure Rene's he's been getting the results. I've been saying this all along. He's been getting the results, but I think he's been a little bit vulnerable at times. I don't think we've really seen Rene Idams put in the type of performance that's going to run away with a group the way it looked like he was going to if you just purely look at the table. I think we're still looking down here at John Worsley and Steve Brown at the moment
96.
as being one of the 2 players that's going to end at the top of the table. Jim is showing signs.
60.
He gave us that 88.41 average, which has been the best average so far of the day. One of the best averages of the week in terms of a winning
62.
stat.
Rene required
So we know he's this sort of
133.
explosive nature in regards to this group. As Idams
93.
goes the correct
Jimmy
way on the
required
133 finish, unlike Davey, who gave us the bust.
Game shot in the first leg. Jim Meyer.
And a nice polished start there for Jim Meyer. It's always nice when you
Second
win
leg
a
is
leg
Rene to
where
throw
your
first.
opponent's
Game
not
on.
getting darts at the double.
81.
That's a bit better. That's a bit firmer. And that's a perfect max for Meyer.
180. $125.
It's first career 9-darter in preparation for this tournament, but he's not going to get one on the big stage in this particular leg.
58.
Let's have a look at the IDAM's action. A little pullback, but it's a little bit more of a float towards the air, in the air. The dart's going at
140.
not quite with the velocity maybe that we see from other players.
It's more of a push than a throw with Rene, which is why he has that sort of barrel that he does. So the weight's in front of the
97.
grip rather
Rene
than
require
sort of spread
155.
evenly across or behind. It's very similar to like a Nathan Aspinall, for example,
99.
where that weight and you can just sort of push through.
Well, he's pushing through this leg.
98.
56 after
Rene
12 to
require
level this game up
56.
at 1 apiece. It's 2 at tots for IDAMS.
36.
And that miss gives Meyer the
Jimmy
chance to
require
break.
68.
We'll put up a 2-0 lead. And this would be excellent news for Steve Brown and John Worsley. But he
43.
can't recover on the ball.
Rene, you require 20.
As a player, you stand behind in that situation, you think, yes.
No score.
Certainly in that situation, you think, yes, he's bust the
Jim, you
score.
require 25.
Jim Meyer's thinking, yes. Yes.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yes.
Jim Meyer.
And he leads 2-0. And Steve Brown and John Worsley will be thinking exactly the same.
Third leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Vulnerable was the word I used at the start of the day to describe Brenny Idams.
95.
Just showing a few signs of that at the moment. Not responding very well to that heavy defeat in his last game to
95.
John Worsley, where he lost 4 legs to 0. Lost the first 2 in this one. He's lost the last 6 legs in a row. And once again, running at an average under the 80 mark.
45.
And it happens once. Benefit of the doubt will be attributed. It happens twice. It begins to become a trend.
100. $39. $58. $78.
That slip
85.
into the 5 means that the treble doesn't leave him a finish. So the opportunity was carving himself there to get that throw back.
60.
Now going to have to rely back in the hands of Jim, which he has to give it back again. But this was how I sort of assessed it yesterday when we did our assessment at the end of the day. I said that Rene
60.
isn't carving his own opportunities. He's taking the opportunities that are being presented to him. And I think that's going to be the difference when we look at the end of this group, because Worsley and Brown have just got that little bit extra where they can carve themselves an opportunity out of a situation like this,
24.
where they don't
Rene
require Jim
103.
to have, like he has here, 2 handfuls of darts. which haven't really registered the below.
Game shot on the third leg. Rene
That's a below, though.
Idams.
103 finish from Rene Idams. The finishing has been his strong point on
Fourth
day
leg is
one.
Rene to throw first.
Not so much
Game
here on day two, but he's stopped that losing trend of legs. It will not go into 7.
Importantly as well,
66.
that was the break that he needed to get this game back on throw. He has the darts in the 4th.
$121.
May then comes straight in with a 2 treble visit to start. And he is just he is losing the line here.
45.
One thing you'd say about Rene yesterday was there was a lot of 60s, so it meant that the darts were straight in the board.
81.
There's been a few more 5s creep into his game on day 2. That's a bit better. That's a little bit better.
140.
For the first time in the meat of the match, he takes his average up over the 80 mark.
43.
Not something you'd normally assess with somebody who is currently top of the table, but one thing we are seeing is, because of that heavy defeat,
43.
he is coming back to the rest of the pack in terms of the legs difference.
As you can see.
58.
That is live. That is as of now.
60.
That is how congealed this top 3 are. Win for May will put him onto 6 points in 5th place.
$20.
A bit of
Rene require
misfortune there for
147.
Jim. Gives Rene the opportunity here to get us back to a
55.
level game. Jim will still have the advantage of throw. And it will be an advantage of throw essentially in a best of 3 match. But work still to be done for Rene. And I would say in this situation, pressure could be applied.
80.
He's lost another.
Rene require 92.
At some point, this is going to start becoming frustrating.
Especially if Idams picks up the pieces
72.
again.
Jim, you require 98.
Lovely first start. Got to come all the way down to the bottom. He didn't come low enough.
82.
That's the problem with some of these breakdowns.
Rene, you require 20.
When you come inside on an odd number, it means you haven't got a shot with that last dart in hand. Last dart in hand for Rene.
15.
And he's come inside on that one.
Jim, you require
So,
16.
Jim, who's been handing out a couple of gifts throughout this match, gets given one of his own. Is it Christmas Day?
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jim Meyer.
Jim says something smells nice. And he gets the break. He leads 3-1.
5th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Mentioning Christmas Day and something smelling nice. Getting Leonard Gate vibes again, who was here just a couple of weeks ago. He was a big fan of eating at
85.
Christmas, wasn't he, when we did our Christmas feature?
Is that when you get out the tin of Spam and you put the gravy granules on top of it?
140.
Gaines a big fan of Christmas, isn't he, old Duzzer?
41.
Big fan of Christmas myself, to be fair. Not too long, just another 167 days.
Are we going to be doing the MODUS Super Series Christmas Day special session? Shall we do an all-day session on Christmas Day?
140.
I think it'd be great. We'd do a double session day, Christmas Day. We could you know, we could recreate the EastEnders special, you know, be more drama than that.
Sure, you'll have a lovely time here by yourself.
You can if you like, but I won't be there.
83.
Big last start there from Jim Mayer. Leaves himself a finish, which is huge in this situation because it would have forced Rene Items onto the ball had he hit the treble 17. Could be huge in the fact he could win the match.
112.
Big setup, both players on finishers, but Idams outscoring Jim in this one. A big leg of darts there, 13 darter. Jim played his part, leaving a double after 15.
Sixth leg is Rene
Idams with the best leg of the match at the most important time.
And this is partly the reason why he's in the position that he is. His tenacity and his digging in spirit has helped him in a couple of scenarios over the last couple of days. He's dug into the task here, and he may be inclining as Maya is hitting a bit of a brick wall.
135.
13 darter last leg. 2 treble visits to kick off this one. We might be looking at a new favourite for this match.
140.
Oh, he's finding so well with that opening dart now.
80.
That just settles down the shot straight away. When you hit that minimum requirement of the 1 treble visit with the first dart, it really puts you at ease.
60. Rene, you require 146.
Especially when you're throwing first, that 1 treble a visit. Very, very hard to beat.
45.
Argument there to move away from the 20s because there was a lot of material in the way there, and that's where it's coming to the 5. It wasn't a bad thrown dart, it was
40.
a deflected dart into the 5.
Rene, you require 101.
He does have time on his side.
6 darts to find the room 101.
83.
He goes inside on the double 18, but he is going to return. Now, if Mayer comes up dry in this visit, there may well be a significant argument to switch. Could well be an argument to switch.
58.
Because he has come up dry.
Rene,
does he go straight
18.
for, or does he split? To send us to a 7th. For the first time today, and only the second time in the group.
No score.
They were 3 well-thrown darts, but neither find the target.
Frustrating when that happens as well, and you put 3 darts so close together, so close to the wire, but you don't get the result.
Rene, you require 18.
This time, there's more urgency, there's
Game
more
shot on the
importance on the hit, and he does convert. Takes us all the way to a decider, and gotta say, I've been almost critical at times of Rene Idams and his position at the top of the table, but his position in this game has been well and truly earned to get back into it. He's put in some big darts when they mattered the most.
100.
Mayer's got to look at it from this perspective. He has the darts, just try and find a way to hold. Force Idams into a 4-visit leg.
100.
They exchanged tons at the beginning of the 7th.
$100.
And it goes back to what we were talking about in terms of just chipping away at a leg. The 1 treble visits.
97.
Well, the pair are mustering up. You can't really separate these two.
$140.
That might well be the biggest dart of this contest.
$85. Jimmy requires
because he's now got 6 for the
161.
match and 161. And is going to need the full requirement. He needs a treble.
78.
Finds a treble. Last dart in hand to leave himself on 83 after 12. And to subject Rene Idams, the league leader,
99.
to a second consecutive defeat.
83.
be safe to say if he does get a second consecutive defeat, he will not end this lap of fixtures as the group leader. That is a
58.
well-thrown dart. The
René
ball just
require
scrapes the wire.
120.
Hope there's no paint on there, or we might have to repaint the wire.
That 120 would have been
45.
so in keeping of him
Jimmy
being able to do
required
clutch things
25.
at clutch times. But Maya was double 8. And now double 4.
21.
A sloppy, lazy,
René
rushed
requires
dart
75.
was the last dart that René Idem's thrown at the 20s, ended up in the 5s. Maybe he didn't expect this opportunity. He's dug himself out of the hole.
Game, shot.
He caused
and
the
the
problems
match,
for himself,
René
but at
Idem.
times, brilliant there from René Idem. He turned that game around. It looked at points that Jim Mayer was going to run away with that one, but René Idem's showing true champion quality there at times to really pull that one back. Although the overall average of 81.31 doesn't mean right home, there was moments in that turnaround, and it does mean that John Worsley, Tom Becker is going to have quite a few more eyes on it in our next match.
Welcome back, and what a comeback before the break from René Idem's 3-1 behind against Jim Mayer and won it 4-3, and he pulls him clear 4 points of John Worsley in third place. Worsley back in action now, though, having won his first 2 matches. He takes on fourth place Tom Becker, who could go level on points with the Womble if he wins this one.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, to our middle game of the day. As for John Worsley, well, he would have been buoyed when Mayer had the opportunity to beat Idem's, but he is now 4 points behind the league leader, if only temporarily. As for Tom Becker, well, yeah, the level really hasn't changed, has it, from day one? It's just people
John's
up against
throw
him have
first.
managed to up
Game
their
on.
levels from what they gave by way of return yesterday.
I think this game's all eyes on John Worsley. He's made a bit of a move today. He's won his first 2 matches. He did beat
Steve Brown
64.
in his opener 4-2, and I think that was a significant result on the fact of what we expect to see from Steve Brown today. Also, a big 4-0 victory against Rennie Idams, who we know is top of the table.
140.
So if we're looking at this in terms of a league table on what we've seen over the first 7 to 8 laps of fixtures,
140.
we'd assess that by saying John Worsley's beat the hardest 2 players in this group so far. So he's now got to play the bottom 3 players in the group, which if it plays to type, he could have a clean sweep of a
100.
day.
The completion of the card, as we call it, the Super Series.
$96. $22.
He was the bookie's favourite. He was Steve Brown's favourite in order of winning this group. And I do often say, you walk
43.
into a practice room, you look around, who's the favourite? Steve Brown did that, and he picked out John Worsley. Or did he really? Did he just want to tell John Worsley that he felt he
59.
was the
John, you
favourite?
require 158.
Something from the Matthew Ecker School of Psychology.
$39.
Well, what he's done there is he's opened up the door for Becker if he can find a treble with this visit. 119 upon his return is not a pretty combination.
60. John, you require 119.
Made a bit easier now.
Not anymore, it's not. It's one of the worst finishers on a board, 119, because even if you hit the treble, you still feel you need
79.
another
Tom, you
treble.
require 120.
He opted to go for the treble 12 there rather than going for a big 12.
60.
Will return now at
John, you
tops,
require
an
40.
area of the board he's had a lot of success in so far today.
Game shot on the first leg. John Worsley.
It has been a successful day so far. 2 wins, Steve Brown, Rennie Idams. Only lost 2 legs across those matches they was to Steve Brown.
Second leg is Tom to throw
he's
first.
on a good little run
Game
of
on.
winning legs here.
And that's been the biggest difference because he was having some trials and tribulations on that tops target yesterday. He's managed to arrest that particular slide and
140.
consequently enjoying a much better day. Having a look at John Worsley's value this morning to win
41.
Group A, 10-3. He was with the Oz compilers. He carries on to the tune that he's going at. That 10-3 might be a little bit of a sniff.
41.
It's all about keeping the faith, really, isn't it? Because if, like Steve Brown and the odds compilers at the start of the week thought John Worsley was the favourite,
43.
you've almost just got to accept that first day and just keep the faith and trust with it. He did do enough in terms of getting enough points to keep himself in this. If this was a Group C,
60.
where you only get the 10 matches, then maybe you'd begin to question it. But this is Group A. And in Group A, you get 3 days of action, 15 matches. There is time. You can afford
81.
more defeats than you can in a Group C or a B campaign if you are going to go win the group. Can we call it marathon
100.
darts?
Test match darts. You've got to play over 5 days and, well, 6 days you make it to the final. It's the ultimate
95.
endurance test.
Tom, you require 160.
Really, they're a series of mini marathons. There's the marathon week, but they're short course matches.
$60. 81.
So
Tom, you
a
require
ton for
100.
Tom to level up. Tops for Tom. No, decided to stay on the treble target. That drags just
45.
underneath
John, you require
for
160.
the criminal error of missing the big number with the last dart. Means he's only going to get 2 at tops.
$80.
Big last
Tom, you
start
require
there from
55.
Worsley. He's himself on a handy 2-dart combo, but it's 2 darts here for Tom Becker. Doubles haven't been too much of a problem for him.
35. John, you require 80.
But I wouldn't be surprised here to see Worsley pitch this one very high, maybe even go for tops here, even though he's got 3 darts in his hand. Something he tried to employ earlier on in the day, because the way that his darts land in the board, it
60.
can almost act as a bit of a friend if he
Tom,
comes
you
just
require
underneath.
20.
Well, that's a rare miss at tops. It's a rare miss at double altogether today.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom
And Becker levels up at 1 apiece. We actually look at Worsley's days so far. 4 out of 10 on the double against Steve Brown, 40%.
Third
More
leg
than
is John to
respectable.
throw
Then was
first.
perfect
Game on.
against Rene Idens, 4 from 4. And he's 1 out of 2 on the doubles in this particular matchup.
$43. $180.
When it goes right, it just looks so nice, doesn't it? That sort of action of Tom Becker is a very sort of
45.
relaxed action, very soft. But at times,
45.
a little bit flicky, a bit too wristy. I'll try and use the arm as a bit of a lever. It's a bit different for Tom because of his height. He's slightly
133.
taller.
And that means by and large you've got to aim down as opposed to aim up.
It just means that that release point, you feel like you've got to throw more direct rather than
100.
an arc. But with that, the way to beat that is at a point of acceleration. And instead of having that
60.
point of acceleration as he's coming up to the highest point, that's where he's, at times, just flicking that wrist. And that's when he'll start going high on the board.
60.
You can see when it is as well, because the dart will give you the information, because instead of the dart being firmly in the board looking back at him, you'll see it going a bit looser and just a little bit of a kick to the side.
129. Tom, you require 116.
For a Becker break. Perfect dart. Means 1 at tops.
76.
Pitch just above.
John, you require 91.
He attacked the finish on 91. He went treble 17 for tops. Going to go double-double here. Double 17 for double top.
51.
As opposed to moving across
Tom,
to
you
the
require
14s.
40.
And so Becker for the break. Tops is what he wants. One left.
30.
And the doubles are just beginning to
John,
elude
you
him a little
require
bit.
40.
And Worsley is back for another opportunity. One perhaps he wasn't expecting to have. But can he take full advantage of it? No, he
20.
can't.
Tom, you require
And the
10.
break beckons for Becker again. Feels a little bit more like the reckoning than beckoning now.
6. John, you require 20. No score.
And both players are feeling purgatory here.
Tom,
Round
you
and round
require
they
4.
go on the doubles to no avail or success.
No score. John, you require
That
20.
will be one of those flicky darts where it just goes
Game
way
shot on
too
the
high,
third
and
leg.
Worsley
John
ends up
Worsley.
taking the leg. He gives it the double Masons. The double apology. Sorry, I won a leg.
4th leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
The players that have won many legs here at the Super Series, players that are in our Champions Week lineup this series, just a couple of weeks' time. There's a couple of them
60.
taking part in the PDC Pro Tour today. Andy Bolton, one of those. He's taking on Dirk van Dijvenbode in the opening game, and a late call up for Danny Lauby, one of our early winners this series.
58.
He's going to be taking on Matt Campbell in a USA versus Canada match.
$140. $82. $45.
Yeah, Barry Van Peer, who's always going to appear at Champions Week, is in action. He's got the draw of Rob Cross.
57.
The PDC Pro Tour somewhere. John
58.
Worsley was playing his darts last year. Did start off very well with that tour card. He got his tour card, and the very first weekend, I remember it very well, it was up in Bolton
83.
during the COVID period of time. Made the semi-finals.
$98.
You got quite attributed to that hotel room during that time, didn't you, Matt?
Weren't allowed to leave it.
60.
Very strange period of time.
Tom, you require 100.
Can't say I enjoyed it too much.
Tots Becker.
Game
It's
shot
a
on the 4th
Desmond
leg.
duel.
Tom
It's two
Becker.
apiece.
You see this quite often as well, where a player will go and miss a lot of darts at a double, like happened in the
5th
last
leg,
one,
it's
and
John
then
to throw
in the
first.
very next leg,
Game
you
on.
start taking out tumblers finishers. Strange old game is darts.
A funny old game, as the
140.
famous Jimmy Greaves famously said.
$59.
Well, back to that COVID year. You say you're only allowed out your hotel room whilst playing, so I suppose you only left the hotel room for 20 minutes a day.
54.
Only if I won a couple of legs.
$60.
Just going to drop a little bit of a tease to those of you watching at home, wherever you are watching. Matt's going to be departing us following today's session.
97.
And we're going to have the new voice of the Super Series for tomorrow's session. I'm just going to leave it there
85.
for you to find out tomorrow morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. A special guest commentator will be joining us in the comms
100.
booth tomorrow.
$60. John, you require 110.
Time on his side. Just needs a treble. To have a poke at the double, it's going to be at double 18. to return
shot on
the
the fifth
favour of a
leg.
ton
John
plus
Worsley.
finish. Tom Becker took out the ton in the last leg. Worsley goes one better with the 110.
Sixth leg,
If
it's
that
Tom
pattern
to throw
continues,
first.
this leg's going to be
Game
won
on.
with a 120.
$60.
So a win for Worsley again can join the table. There it is, as it is live. Worsley move on to 10 points.
80.
Steve Brown has got the opportunity to join Rene Idams on 12 when he takes on Davy Kerwin following the conclusion of this match.
Depending on the size of that
125.
scoreline as well, we could have a new table topper if Steve Brown was to take that 1-4 legs to nil. After 8 laps of fixtures, Idams could be toppled.
100. $140.
In fact, I think a 4-1 victory would be enough because if you go to the head-to-head record, Steve Brown would have the better over the pair over 2 games, 1 win apiece. But
41.
Brown won his game by 4 legs to 1, whereas... No, ignore me. Ignore me. I'm looking at... Ignore me.
We normally do.
100.
I think that's something that a lot of people don't need an invitation for.
96.
I'll get my coat.
Tom, you require 76.
Sloppy dart there on the single.
44.
But he does have time on his side, so he's going to be coming back 32 to take us all the way.
60.
So double
Tom, you require
16 for
32.
3-3.
Game shot on the
Level we
sixth
are.
leg.
Last leg
Tom
decider we
Becker.
go for the second consecutive match. Prior to the last couple of fixtures, we had 1 last leg decider throughout the course of the week so far.
Seventh and
We've
final
now
leg. It's John
had 2
to
in the
throw
space of 2
first.
matches.
Game
It's
on.
Worsley with the darts and the decider.
$92.
Big last dart. Becker could do with a 2 treble visit here. Just to wrestle the darts on Worsley. And he does exactly that.
63.
Great recovery there from Worsley. I was just starting to feel the nerves on his behalf. It was all getting a bit flicky. And then he switched downstairs and found a big treble, but advantages with Tom if you can find.
60.
Very closely thrown darts there. Justin Bradshaw, our referee, had to move across to try and get an angle on that one. They was very tightly bunched.
60.
But it's still advantage Tom Becker, despite the fact he hasn't thrown first in this leg. Worsley not able to use the advantage of throw.
This has been a leg in terms of pass the parcel when it comes to opportunity.
26.
And Tom Becker's giving it back. It's like an episode of the Chuckle Brothers. To me, to you, to me, to you.
This ain't how I used to play pass the parcel. I would get past the parcel and I would sit with it in my hand until the
92.
music actually finished and ran out of playing. People are trying to wrestle it off. This is like how pass the parcel should be played. You get it in your hands and you move it along.
96.
So Worsley, 6 darts and 194 to get the job done, to wrap the game up. To glance over the scoreboard.
98.
Moves across to the 18s and leads himself on 96 to get the job done.
$137. John, you require
And it's going to
96.
have to go, you feel. 2 in hand, a double 18.
Game,
for a big
shot,
win
and the match,
for John Worsley. He had to dig in there to get the better of Tom Becker by 4 legs to 3. And that means he moves on to double digits. He moves on to 10 points in the group. It wasn't a vintage match, but it's one that is won by Worsley in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Steve Brown could join Rene Idams on 12 points at the top of the table if he can get the better of David Kerwin after this short break.
Thanks for being with us here at the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to play the last of our third round of fixtures on Tuesday as Davy Kerwin takes on Steve Brown. Both players have won one and lost one so far today. If Brown can win this one, though, he will go level on points at the top of the table with Rene Idams. Over to Henry and Matt to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, Steve Brown, who
First
has
leg,
been
it's Davey to
downplaying
throw
his
first. Game on.
chances this week at the Super Series, but he has an opportunity now to go back level on points if Rene Idams at the top of the table. He takes on David Kerwin, who I think now we've got to the halfway point in the group, we can begin to
100.
make assessments of players in a bit more detail. And I think the assessment of Davy is we don't quite know what we're going to get from
54.
him from one game to the next. There's been some blisteringly good performances, but it's also been some stuff below par. We haven't seen him kind of meet in the middle so far yet.
43.
My assessment of Davey is we haven't yet seen the best of him. We've seen flashes, we've seen moments. I think there's more of a player in there than what we've seen so far. And I think we're going to see it as the week unfolds. Certainly towards the back end of the week. I wouldn't be surprised if when we get to Group C
137.
and you're in the conclusion on Friday, you're talking about Davey being one of the runners and riders, or being one of the 2 players to go through that group.
37.
Group C, and we're starting Thursday. Former weekly winner Adam Mould will be
97.
taking to the stage, as will Chris Wickenden and Rob Grundy. Group B,
85.
Martin Turner,
Davey require
Darren
124.
Johnson, Daryl Pilgrim.
We're going to have the Mutts Nuts here on
92.
Thursday. Reigning Isle of Man champion. I think everybody's
65.
excited with the addition
Debut
of Darryl
required,
Pilgrim to this
32.
week as well. As David Cohen here looks for double 16 for potential 16. 2 8s.
$24.
And this would be so
Steve,
typical of
require
Steve Brown if he
120.
pounced on this. So typical of the bomber.
100. Davey, you require
Almost
8.
a bit too close with that second dart, the way his darts stand up, a bit of a blocker.
Game shot on the first leg. Davey Cohen.
And Davey continues this upwards trend. Did get a 4-1 victory in his last game.
Second
He's
leg
only
at
won
Steve to
2
throw
matches so
first.
far,
Game
but
on.
winning vibes.
100.
You most obviously Darryl Pilgrim's the name that stands out of the players that are coming in later on this week.
100.
But who else for you are you looking forward to seeing on Thursday and Friday?
45.
Chris Wickerden is someone who catches the eye. He's been playing sort of county around Warwickshire, where
140.
I'm nearly from, just next door in Northamptonshire. So he's a name I've come across quite a little bit. And he's been doing some good stuff. He's been playing a lot of the
140.
exhibition circuits with Modus and MDA. So he's been sharing the stages with quite some big players and some big crowds.
100.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him do well. And one thing you'll enjoy is his beard. That man's got a beard
55.
on him.
Davey, you require 161.
Kerwin couldn't take out the 161. Can Steve Brown do likewise?
137. Steve, you require 161.
May have to. Probably will have to. Kerwin's left himself on double 12 after 12. It's the ball for Brown.
136.
And he wasn't too far away at all.
Davey, you require 24.
And so Kerwin double 12 for the break and a 2-0 lead.
$12. Steve, you require 25.
But the opportunity comes and goes. But neither player
21.
can get the leg done.
Davey, you require 12.
Like with the double 11, this is a
Game
nice
shot on the
position
second
on the
leg.
board.
Davey Cohen.
Just the breakdowns don't tend to work as well, but rarely see players miss those 6s or the 11s.
Third leg is Davey to throw first. Game on.
It's got to get the line right, and you're normally good.
96.
But this is good. This is better. This is what we expected from Davey. This is what he is capable of.
100.
Again, the average up over the 80 mark, coming up to the 85. This is what
43.
the man is capable of, a Scottish international. Each 2 big semi-finals on that
41.
WDF tour. He's walked on the late side stage.
95.
And there's a lot of really good players who've never done that. They've been appeared at a World Championship.
96.
Darryl Pilgrim, for example, has never played at a World Championship.
$85.
Steve Brown
140.
played at many World Championships. Played at the World Match Play. An event that will be starting this weekend up in Blackpool, one of the
140.
most popular events on the
Steve
darting
Require,
calendar.
124.
There'd be some popularity in the Brown household if he
shot on
could
the
bend
third
the
leg.
ball. He does
Steve
a
Brown.
1-2-4 to get the break back and to pull it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And with
Game
Kerwin
on.
left on 42 to open up a 3-zip lead. That is clutch of the highest esteem from Steve Brown.
45. $100. $42.
Unable to follow it in, though. Scores of 45 and 42. Give Davey the opportunity to get that breaker throw back on his tally.
46. $83.
I wonder if the nickname Claymore comes from the fact that maybe he's a secret wrestling fan.
121.
Because there is actually a wrestler called Drew McIntyre from Scotland. And his finisher is the Claymore. Maybe we're
100.
unearthing a bit more about Davey.
What part of the script does that happen?
Starting to sound like Mace.
Be lucky you're not sat next to John Rawling in this commentary
46.
box. Here's a sheer disdain of wrestling.
123.
Steve Brown raising his game. He did this in his opening game. He started slow against John Worsley and then put in two good legs to pull it back. But then Worsley ended up refinding again as Brown tailed off. He's
100.
not
Steve
been able to
Require,
put together
108.
the complete package of a performance yet today.
Well, that's not a disaster, Dart, because it gives him another go at the ball.
83.
Well, he's betted it once. He's hit the 25
JV
twice.
Require, 88.
He's been lurking around that region a fair bit. Davy Kerwin might be ending on the bull. Oh, no. He gets the next best prize. 777.
74. Stevie Require, 25.
This is a moment that could define this match.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve Brown.
Had Steve Brown not taken that out, I feel he could have gone 3-1 down and been in big trouble there with Davey throwing for the match. However,
Fifth leg,
this
it's
is
Davey
just
to
how
throw
darts
first.
works.
Game
And
on.
solo 1v1 sport. You end up hitting, you're back to a level game.
100.
Let's go back to that 1-2-4 finish in the context of it. Steve Brown was 2-0 down. Kerwin was left on 42 for a 3-0 lead.
140.
He would have then, at the darts, having obtained the double break, to have won the game to zip.
92.
That's not a bad thrown dart, that's just equipment hitting equipment. It could have hit the equipment and bounced out. He's probably quite happy with the 12.
180.
When you look at the aggression on that bounce. But Steve Brown was stood at the back of the stage, looking out, focusing, resetting.
59.
Open this leg, fantastic. 140, backs it up with a max. This is his attack on the Davey throw.
42.
And at no point in the early legs did it look like Steve Brown was going to turn this game around. But look at the face. Look at the eyes of Steve Brown.
58.
He was
Stevie
looking
Require,
like
139.
Barneveld when he's about to do one of those walk-ons for the big matches at the Ali Pali.
44.
At that time, the eyes rolled. Disappointment, frustration. 6 darts of brilliance. And 6 darts of dross.
45. Steve, you require 95.
To turn this game on a pinhead. Oh, he loves this. Double
57.
19. Would have left another.
Davey, you
He's
require
already done it this week on the
147.
95. He did it for a second time. Well, Davey Cohen isn't going to follow in the footsteps of fellow Scott
57.
Stephen Hendry by finding a
Steve,
147.
you require 38. Game
Straight for
shot
the
on
double
fifth
19,
leg.
straight in
Steve
the double
Brown.
19. And this game has flipped. Steve Brown has completed the tungsten turnaround to lead 3-2. And
Sixth
with
leg
that
at Steve
break,
to throw first.
it means he
Game
has the
on.
darts to get the job done here in the 6th.
And not always do you get the luxury of being able to pinpoint the exact moment that a game turns around. But in
58.
this situation, you do. The 1-2-4 finish on the ball. That moment has completely flipped this game around and put it into the favour of Steve Brown.
140. $96.
I don't know about you, but when you watch Steve Brown play, I see a lot of Chris Mason in him. The action,
140.
the focus, even the equipment.
$95.
We give a lot of praise to Steve Brown in this for how he's turned it around, but the same's got to be said here for Davey, who has blown a 2-0 lead.
57.
Ending up facing against Steve Brown here, throwing first for the match, and he opens with back-to-back 140s.
60.
And even after 12 darts of
Davey
Steve
require
Brown,
164.
Davey's still ahead. These are bonus darts, setup darts. Another one of those. Could be the near perfect leg.
100.
As the game now wrestled back into Davey's favour. It's going to be the 16s corridor to send us
65.
all the way.
Davey, you require 64.
It's tops. That's a fly, and Steve Brown's going to have a go at the 1-2-7.
32.
Having already pinned the
Steve, you require
1-2-4.
127.
Is he going to bookend the match with 2-ton-plus finishes? He is going to get a dart at the ball.
102.
And he scares the 25
Davey,
again.
you require 32.
3 darts in hand. A clean double. Nothing in the way until now. That is very much in the way. He's had to move over to the left and try and pitch over the top.
Game shot on the
Big
sixth
dart.
leg. Davey
Huge dart.
Cohen.
Big player at the right time. Davey takes us all the way to a deciding leg. And that was a breaker throw, which means
Seventh and
Davey's going to
final
get
leg.
the
It's
darts
Davey
in
to
this
throw
last leg.
first. Game on.
Both players have been very reactive, very responsive. But it's got to be said, in terms of the league table, in terms of this group, this leg means a lot more to Steve Brown than it does to Davey.
100.
Because Steve Brown, with a win, we move on to 12 points, level with Rene Idams at the top of the table. As for Davey Kerwin,
85.
we will put him on to 6 points. We're kind of seeing the table move into 2 halves now, with 3 players on double digits. Becker the next best on 6. That's where Davey is looking to pitch his tent in the 6-point club. That maximum helps him very much on that mission.
60.
And all of a sudden, Steve Brown, who at the point of going 3-2 up, looked like he was going to run away and take the points, is in big, big trouble. 130 points behind plus these.
100.
That means even a max, he can't claw back the deficit. He can't even leave a finish with a max. He's going to have to hit and hope. He does the hit part.
180.
Now over to the
Davey require
hope.
121.
Davey's got 6 darts here from 1-2-1.
Steve Brown missed a dart at the ball for the match on the back of the 1-2-7 combination in the last leg.
97.
Davy Kerwin is going to get free in hand at double 12 to win the match now. And all Steve Brown can do is apply surmountable pressure. And that is exactly what he does. Both players on a finish after 12 in the decider. And it's Davy Kerwin who keeps his cool and survives the mid-match march of Steve Brown to win by 4 legs to 3 and to scupper Steve's chances of going level on points with Rennie Idams at the summit of the table. That's the tale of the tape. That 1-2-4 finish of Brown began a bit of an assault, but it is Kerwin who held himself cool to win by 4 legs to 3. And every single game in round 3 going 4-3. Coming up after the break, John Worsley and Jim Meyer are going to be on the Super Series stage.
Welcome back to the Group A action here at the Super Series, where the last 3 fixtures have all gone the distance. 4-3 wins for Rennie Idams, John Worsley, and then Davy Kerwin against Steve Brown, failing to follow in the footsteps of the other two towards the top of the table, meaning he remains on 10 points alongside Worsley, who has won all 3 of his fixtures so far today. There you see Rennie Idams still out on top, 2 points clear, but he does play Steve Brown in the very last match of the day, and John Worsley could be company for the cube at the end of this one if he can get the better of Jim Meyer. Let's find out if he can in the company of Henry and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So round 4 about to get underway at the Super Series, and just before we get this one underway, just a little bit of a little factoid for you stats fans out there. Each of the last 4 games have featured a ton-plus finish. David Kerwin for 1-2-2 against Tom Becker. The 103 for Rennie Idams against Jim Meyer. Ton for Tom Becker against John Worsley, and Steve Brown with that 1-2-4 against David Kerwin. Maybe something just to think about for those who are betting on the checkout exchanges. And remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series today, it is 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org. As far as the bookmakers are concerned, pitching their tent in this one, they have John Worsley as the comprehensive 1-4 favourite to pick up the points, whilst Jim Meyer is 11-4 to go on and claim victory in this one.
$59.
Looking at the meeting between the pair yesterday. It was a 4-2 victory for John Worsley, 84 average, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. That was one of his better performances and what was a below par for his standards day yesterday. But it has been much improved, shall I say, from the Womble on Tuesday at the Super
60.
Series.
Well, we are talking about potential markets to have a look at as well. We've only seen 10 180s so far today across all the matches, which is down on our regular expectation. And when we think that in that 3 players have hit 2 180s, Steve Brown hit 2 in the last game, he hit 2 in his 5th match when he beat Jim Mayer 4-1, and he hit 2 against John Worsley. So out of the 10 180s, 6 of them have gone the way of Steve Brown.
$48.
Nobody else in the group has hit more than 1 maximum other than Steve Brown, who has accounted for 60% of the maximum hitting to date.
Maybe just be a bit cautious on those 180 markets.
I think the one at the minute, if you're looking at the extra markets, I think is going to be the over 5.5 legs, because the last 3 matches have gone 4-3. We've had a couple of 4-2s in there as well today. The games are going deep.
96. John, you require 100.
A ton for the Womble. Tops.
40. Jim, you require 78.
Maya now looking for a dart at tops.
38.
But here's his pitch just above,
John,
and so
require
Worsley
60.
comes back for the 1-0 lead. That's sat perfectly for him. The
Game
most
shot on the first
succulent
leg.
guide
John
you could ever
Worsley.
ask for, and it sucks the double into the bed. Worsley leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
This would, points-wise, move John Worsley onto the
85.
same as Rennie Idams. I think Rennie Idams is going to have his hands full in that next one against Davey. Davey's won these last couple of matches, beating Tom Becker by 4-1 and Steve Brown by 4 legs to 3.
100.
He's certainly on the upwards curve. We said the best is ahead of him, and it appears that he's starting to bring it out now. That last average of around about 85.
139.
Rennie is going to have to just check his shoulder a little bit here. Could find that it all bunches up. Steve Brown will be taking on Tom Becker.
180.
We could have our top 3 players on 12 points in round about 30 minutes' time.
86.
We may well be having a party on the Darty Dozen. And if you want to join the Darty party in Pompey on a Saturday night, a little scan of that QR code. It sends you to a website called dartshot.tv, and that is how you can obtain your tickets for Saturday night's finals here at the MODUS Super Series. We'll show that again
John, you
as
require
play goes on during the
121.
day. Worsley here looking for 1-2-1 to back the break up and to lead 2-0. Down for treble 17. To obtain him a dart at the ball. Oh, it's a miscount. It's a miscount. That's incredible.
Jim, you require 100.
He thought he wanted 1-3-1. Buy the players a calculator.
$80. John, you require 10.
Chris Murphy did say up on the balcony there's going to be a bit of a compilation. It might need to be a 2-part episode by the end of today.
John Worsley.
John Worsley joins in with Davy Kirkwan, who earlier on today bust 133.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
There's one thing that's for sure. John Worsley's double top hitting continues to be brilliant. Just the wrong time.
What's it you say whenever you miscount, you always hit?
89.
I can see a TikTok video going out later of those 2 miscounts with the Benny Hill music over the top.
100. 140.
Not that it stood in the way of John Worsley. He's managed to recover well. What's the famous saying? It's not
100.
about how hard you can hit, it's how hard you get hit and keep moving forward. Well, admittedly, it was a punch in his own face, but he managed to come back out swinging.
134. 59. John, you require 138.
A punch in his own face.
43.
That's left you with a visual thought, hasn't it?
I just get in between us vibes of Jay punching himself in the face now. That's the first thing that comes into my
58.
head.
John, you require 95.
You're dressed like a scene from the In-Betweeners. Double 19 for Worsley for 3-0. That's pitched perfectly.
Game shot on the
Pitched
third
perfect, and
leg.
it's all singing,
John
all
Worsley.
dancing for John Worsley. He leads 3-0.
Earlier on in the day, I did say John Worsley needs more than points. He's going to need a
Fourth-legged
big
Jim to
result
throw
somewhere
first.
in terms of the
Game on.
score line, because he needs to get that leg difference back in his favour. This could be the moment. If he's to take this leg, a big 4-0 victory here puts him back in
100.
contention in terms of that legs difference, which will act like a bonus point. Lovely first start there for Worsley.
80.
I expected to see another one go in there and end up seeing one on the floor. You can see how the leg difference just climbing on our live league table.
57.
Ongdom's still got a sizable lead, but that can be gobbled up very quickly if he was to lose by a sizable scoreline to
56.
either Steve Brown or John Worsley. He will have to play Steve Brown in our last game of the day.
Well, Steve Brown is taking on Tom Becker up next as well now.
100.
He's the one who's probably got the best chance of catching irons and legs difference now. He's taking on Becker, who is having a little bit of problems when it's come to today's action here.
84.
On 6 legs for the day. Lost his first couple of games by the margin of 4-2 and 4-1 to
83.
Rennie Idams and David Kerwin, respectively. Just for Mayor Foy is going to get a glimmer.
123. Jim,
That's
you require
another clattering
161.
deflection, but it does leave him a finish. And it's a finish that would potentially end on double 19, which he
45.
found in the
John,
previous
you
leg.
require 158. $60. Jim, you require 116. $23.
Well, that's unlucky there for
John, you
Mayor. And
require
so Worsley for the
98.
match and a comprehensive 4-0 success.
The timing of that bounce out
58.
as well was the problem
Jim,
for
you
Jim,
require
because
93.
anything down there could have left him a much more handy combination here. Instead, he needs to find a treble. He can't do so. And Worsley, who has been so good
53.
on tops, will now
John,
come
you
up
require 40.
at that target for the match.
It's tops. Nice drag below. Double 10 for a comprehensive success. which
Game,
does his
shot,
legs
and a
difference the
match.
world
John
of good. John Worsley gets the better of Jim Mayer by 4 legs to 0. And the Womble is making some severe moves on Tuesday at the Super Series. A 4-0 success, an 87 average, 50% on the doubles. This is more like the player that made it through the Champions Week in Series 3. Is he making his move in Series 4? Coming up after the break, the man who occupies top spot, Renee Idams, is in action against Davy Kerwin after this.
Next up here at the MODUS Super Series, a meeting between Rennie Idams and Davy Kerwin. Idams is kind of treading water at the top of the table, a couple of wins from his 3 matches so far, but John Worsley has just gone level on 12 points. As for Davy Kerwin, well, yesterday he won his first match 4-0 and then lost the rest. Today he lost his first match 4-0 and so far won the rest. Can that continue? Let's find out.
Cheers, Chris. So, Rennie Idams now under severe pressure from John Worsley at the top of the table. For the first time,
leg is Renee to throw first.
he is precariously looking over his shoulder. He beat Jim May in the last game 4-3, but it wasn't a convincing victory. In fact, it hasn't really been convincing at all today. Lost 4-0 to John Worsley with a 73 average. Beat Tom Becker 4-2, but he was given 1 or 2 troubles in that game as well.
134.
This is a severe test, I think, now of Rennie Idams' credentials.
59.
I agree. Davy has been on an upward trajectory now for a couple of matches. He's starting to play like the man I expected to see
96.
here. It took him a few games to sort of settle into this experience.
100.
I get the feeling we're now starting to see the type of darts that he can produce.
53.
Rene does have one more game to come after this
59.
today. That is against Steve Brown. He could find himself coming into this match, lap 9 of fixtures, top of the table. Could find himself leaving the venue
100.
in 3rd position. Very, very tight at the top of the table.
26. Davey, you require 118.
6 darts to get Idams' number. It's going to need the 6.
58.
Do you sense out of the players that are in the bottom half of the table, if someone's going to disrupt the pack at the top to get a Group B spot, David Cohen's most probably going to be the one.
57. Davey, you require 60.
Absolutely. I mean, when we look at the ADC qualifiers that we've got here this week, Davey was the standout player.
40. Rene, you
He's the
require
player with the most
140.
pedigree, with the better CV.
$54. Davey, you require 20.
Took him a while to settle into the task. Can be
shot on the
expected when
first
you come
leg.
to something
Davey
like this for
Cohen.
the very first time. He is on the upwards move.
He's a man
Second
on
leg
the
is
up.
Davey's
He's
go
our
first.
qualifier
Game
from the
on.
ADC, courtesy of the Vault series of events. Now, we had the most recent running of the regional
41.
qualifiers for Vault 2.0, and these players that won through their regions will qualify for Super Series 5. Some familiar faces, some new
58.
faces in there. So congratulations goes to Scott Winder for winning in Scotland, Nathan Treadgold in Wales. Now Cullerton's going to be making a return, having won in Ireland. Colin McGarry in Northern Ireland.
140.
Tony Wood and Carl Snade will be qualifying through the Northern regions. Lee Budgeon's going to come back. Steve Hine through the Midlands, the Muffin Man, been playing some really good stuff on
55.
tour recently. Shockoer, James Richardson qualifies courtesy of the ADC. There's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and James Richardson being an ADC qualifier.
140.
Stephen Plumstead from the Southwestern. The former champion Conan Whitehead from the Southeast and London. There are Vault 2.0 qualifiers for Super Series 5, which
140.
begins in August.
Couple of real standout names in there. Some people we've seen here before, like you say, some
140.
new ones that we're looking forward to seeing come here. And I dare say
96.
we're going to see quite
Davey,
a
you
lot of
require
those players
40.
battling it out on Saturday nights. Some quality players in
Game
those
shot on the
lineups.
second leg. Davey
And
Cohen.
a quality leg there from Davey Kerwin. 13 data.
Third leg is Rene.
3 140s.
Game on.
Did kind of flag the warning signs that
140.
Davey is starting to produce. Just looking so much more at ease with the experience now.
140.
As mentioned earlier, the pace. So much more pace, a spring in the step. That is 4 consecutive scores of
96.
140 in the scoring phase.
Well, you just look at the faces of both of these players.
44.
David Kerwin looks at home now. He looks at ease, whereas maybe just for the first time this week, Renee
95.
Idens just looks a little bit uncomfortable on the stage.
I personally think he's been quite uncomfortable for quite a lot of the way through. I don't think he's been
59.
at ease, at
Rene
comfort.
require
I think he's
170.
just been timing things right and doing the right things at the crucial moments. But there's only so
134.
long you can go with that as the plan. But this is some way to respond. The 13 data from Davey in the last leg
125. Rene
being
require
answered
36.
here by Rene.
Now then, Davey.
Davey, you require
133.
133.
Have you learnt the lesson?
It's not a shot you tend to leave that often either, and so for him to be coming back to it, I'm surprised you weren't coming with a giant smile across his
57.
face.
Rene, you require 18.
Double 9 for Idams for 2-1. To keep himself in
No
proceedings.
Davey, you require 76.
But that is 6 missed darts at a double in this leg, and Kerwin comes back for 76 for the double break for a 3-0 lead. It's going to be 2 at double 8.
Game shot on the third
Clinical
leg.
from
Davey
Kerwin. The double break accrued by Kerwin, and he leads Rennie Idens by 3 legs to 0. And crucially as well, in terms of the legs difference,
Game
it
on.
would make things very, very interesting. That is live as of now.
$60.
Davey continues to increase his performance. He's doing what I'm going to call the Steve Brown, where he opened his day with a
177.
heavy defeat, averaging just 73. Then the average improved and he won. It improved again with a win. And it's
40.
improving again here. And at 3-0 up, you'd say, could be on for another win. He'll have one more game to play. That will be coming up in a
125.
match time. He'll be having the darts when he takes on John Worsley, another man at the very top of the table. If Davey keeps this going, he could make this a 4-way split going into tomorrow.
100.
However, Idams has had a fantastic leg against the darts.
99.
Himself on a ton after 9.
He had a fantastic leg, though, remember, in the last leg, and then had 6 darts at the double and wasn't able to convert. Is there going to be any lag?
91.
Is there going to be any
They
carryover
require 100.
from those missed opportunities? Because they weigh so much more heavy
60.
when you've already missed a few. You think, oh no, here we go again. You start to panic.
85. Rene, you require 40.
This would be for a break as well, so this would be a sizable first step on the journey.
30.
But he can't find it, and can Kerwin finish off?
Davey, you require 125.
Can Kerwin concur for 125?
You can see the reaction of Rene as well. That's not a reaction of a man who's just missed 3 darts. That's a reaction of a man who feels like he's missed 9. He's playing a chain right now. Just working it out. He's playing along. He's watching the scoreboard.
Rene, you
He's trying
require
to
10.
work out how close Davey is to him.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Rene
one of the
Idams.
least popular doubles on the board. He finally converts at the 10th time of asking.
He
Fifth
said
leg
that
is
Rennie was
to
playing
throw
the
first.
chain.
Game on.
Well, Rennie was looking for a chain reaction. And like Diana Ross, delivered.
140.
Is this game going to play a similar pattern to Kerwin's match against Steve Brown? Where Kerwin got into a lead 2-0 on that occasion.
41.
And Steve Brown pulled off a purple patch. However, Kerwin was able to do enough to get over the finishing line.
45. $55. $44. $58.
The first real sign of frustration from Kerwin in this game. The frail of the arms.
130.
Because Rennie Idams is chipping away and chipping away at his lead. You may well see the gap reduced to just 1 momentarily.
95. Rene, you require 138. $43.
Again, sloppy on the setup shot there. himself a much more awkward breakdown.
59.
Davey just
Rene, you
one
require
treble in the
95.
leg. That is not going to cut it, especially when you're trying to break.
55.
So tops for Rene Idams to
59.
reduce the gap back to 3-2.
Rene, you require 40.
Kern would have the darts in the next to get the job done. That's pitched up perfectly, stood up to attention.
30.
The double 10 can't
Davey,
be found
you require
either.
134.
And so Kerwin, can he win it with a big ton top of the 134? Not on this occasion, so Idams is back to bring it back to 3-2. He found double 5 in the last leg.
$126. Rene, you require 10.
2 5s.
No
But it's gone the
score.
other side. And Kerwin's got a match-winning
Davey, you
chance
require
now.
8.
The darts have gone down for Rene. He thinks it's job done.
Game, shot, and the match.
And Davey Kerwin continues this upwards trend he's going on at the moment. He's won his last 3 matches. It's a hat-trick. He's played himself into contention in this group. He's closing down the group leaders. But speaking of group leaders, that is a heavy defeat for the man who went in top of the table. Rene Idams loses 4-1 to Dave Kirkwin. Coming up next, we've got Steve Brown and Tom Becker.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. 4 games left to go then here on Tuesday at the Super Series. And after that defeat for Rene Idams, Steve Brown could actually go top of the table if he gets a win here against Tom Becker. Becker hasn't managed to win a match so far today. It's been a mixed day for Brown as well. but he could join Worsley and Idams in a three-way tie at the top.
Indeed he can, Chris. And he's taken on Tom Becker, who has had some struggles today, it has to be said. In terms of his averages, he hasn't got above the 80 mark as of yet. In fact, his highest average is 77.5. That was in the 4-1 defeat to David Kerwin. Was
First leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Steve Brown is just...
Game on.
Well, he just can't average below 80 at the minute. The only time he did so far this week was in his first game against Many Idams. As far as today's concerned, 84.5 against John Worsley. 81.26 against Meyer.
125.
87 in the 4-3 defeat to David Kerwin. So you would sense this is all about how Steve Brown plays.
And an opportunity here for him to top the
122.
table. Going into our final lap of fixtures here on Tuesday. One more full day's worth of play still to go. We will conclude our Group A action.
140.
The end of play tomorrow. The man top at the table will get an automatic pass through to Saturday night's
140.
final.
That is how the table looks going into this game.
100.
The last match of the 9th cycle of fixtures in 15 in this group.
40. Tom, you require 136. $78. $42.
Steve Brown gave himself
Tom,
the
you require
deadline of
58.
tomorrow to really start finding his best form. I thought he was playing himself into it yesterday, but not brought it over into today.
38.
Neither
Steve,
has
you
Tom
require
Becker brought over that
157.
doubling into today. He was very strong there yesterday, especially towards the middle part of the day.
137. Tom, you require 20.
So 10s for Tom
Game shot in the first
to
leg.
lead
Tom
1-0
Becker.
against Steve Brown. 16 darter there. I suppose for the two Luxembourgians
Second leg,
playing
Steve to throw
this
first.
week.
Game on.
Some of the comments I was getting from our friends over at ADT Europe
93.
over the last couple of days is they want to use this as an experience to play against better players. They want to use the ADT Europe system to play against players from outside the Luxembourg region. It is a developing
85.
region, but players are developing at different rates. And I think we're kind of seeing it here. Is when you're playing up against opposition that doesn't give you much by way of
96.
return. Like anything, you go to you play to what's in front of you. It's natural in sport, and I think we're seeing from these players at times some absolute excellence. But because they're not getting pushed as much in
100.
competition back home, they haven't had the opportunity to be examined properly. And I think as the week goes on, we'll see
100.
better levels from these players as they get these stiffer examinations.
Sleepwalking their way to titles, I think, would be the best way of putting it. And
64.
ultimately as well, that'll bring its own problems because you'll be aware that you're winning those sort of titles without that sort of level. And
135.
you'll think that when you go to play other things, it makes them feel bigger.
$83. Steve, you require 77.
So then to level up at one apiece. It's tops.
37.
And, well, Tom Becker went for a single 20 of his last start on 189 and has left himself on a bogey, which means that Brown is going to get a free
60.
go effectively
Steve,
at
you
tops
require
to level
40.
up.
$20. Tom, you require 109.
This would hurt. Treble 19 would have given him a dart at the double 16. Wasn't
40.
able to find, and Steve Brown.
Steve, you require
It's a bit of a
20.
reprieve here. 3 more darts.
Game shot on the
Only
second
needs
leg.
the one.
Steve Brown.
A match. That means so much more to Steve Brown, a man who could leave the stage top of the table.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Talk about crossing the yellow line. That would have been the plan when he crossed it the first
45.
time. He would have known the next time he crosses that line, could be coming off in first position.
57.
He will be playing in our very last game today against Rennie Idams, a man who's also in this fight, a man who would also be on 12 points.
60.
Steve Brown will be hoping that he's stuck on those yellow lines come Saturday night and he'll be getting a ticket to the finals.
140.
Who'd get a ticket, hey?
Only someone who forgets to pay their parking meter.
26.
Such a silly thing to do.
85.
Well, if you want your tickets for Saturday night, scan that QR code. Takes you to dartshop.tv. And a reminder that tickets are on sale for Champions Night on Saturday the 5th of August. That's when we're going to be crowning our
140.
Super Series 4 champion. You can head to dartshop.tv via that QR code to send you there. And, well,
96.
Danny Lauby, Reece Robinson, Neil Duff, Colin Osborne, Steve West, Berry Van Peer, Andy Bolton, Luke Little and Jelle Klassen are the first 9 names through to Champions Week. It's going to be a good
30.
night no matter
Steve
what happens. And we've still got 3
123.
more players to add to that cast list. Steve Brown could be one of them. He's got 6 and 1, 2, 3 to dish this leg up.
I think he's gone for a treble 9 there to
107.
leave double 18. Different way, new way. We're seeing variations of finishes come through now.
100.
Might be something he's learned
Steve
from all
requires
his
16.
travels. He travels an
Game
awful
shot on the
lot as
third
the
leg. Steve Brown.
head of the JDC and the ADC. He could be the head of Group A in just a couple of legs' time.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
In terms of your live in-play table, Steve Brown has gone to the top. Rennie Idams has been dislodged
85.
temporarily for the first time. Well, for pretty much most of this group, really. He started off with back-to-back wins and just led all the way. The key thing is look down that
60.
outside column, the points column. 12, 12, 12. This is going to be a tight run-in, and the way Davy Kirkwin's playing at the moment,
57.
I wouldn't rule him out chucking his hat in there as well.
Do you mind if I borrow your abacus tomorrow and I'll return it next week?
180.
It's not been a day littered with
100.
180s. The 180s have tend to come from Steve Brown. Well, he just had one returned against him there. Tom Becker.
54.
With just his second max of the day.
99.
He only hit 1 yesterday as well, so not prolific in the maximums.
59. Stevie require 160. 45. Tom, you require 148.
148 for 2 apiece. Well, he's been the king of the big finishing so far this week, but he's not going to add that to the repertoire.
100. Stevie require 115.
115 for Brown. And the bullseye route. So, Oh, yes. Bullseye for tops.
75.
That would have been a real
Time you require,
showstopper.
48.
Could have well been check out of the week. But
16.
Becker can't check out the 48, and so Brown is back for
Steve, you require
3-1.
40.
That would have been for the break back to return the game on throw.
I like this from Steve. He won't be rushed to the hockey. Does everything in his own time.
20.
But he doesn't get his own way.
Tom, you require 32.
Could be awkward.
No score. Steve, you require 20.
For 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve
And
Brown.
Steve Brown opens up a 3-1 lead. It's a disconsolate shake of the head. But he's on the verge of topping the table
Fifth
if he can
leg is
get one
Tom to throw
more.
first. Game on.
He'll be happy with a win, but he is visibly dismayed with his performance thus far.
42. $140.
Ironically, that performance is still better than his running average of yesterday.
70.
Just shows like the perception of the reality when you're actually in sport and you're in that moment and you just want everything to go
85.
right at the right times. Needs to find one just over the top.
60.
Bit too over the top there for Becker. He's in big trouble now.
95.
So Steve Brown on the
60.
cusp of a 4-1 win, which would put him to the summit. And he is racing and motoring towards that finishing line now.
168.
What a setup.
$44.
14 data to get the
Steve,
job
you
done.
require
4-1.
13.
He's got 6. But
Game,
only needs a 2,
shot,
and
a
Steve
match.
Brown heads to the
Steve
summit of the
Brown.
league table on legs difference by getting the better of Becker by 4 legs to 1. Doing so at 86 average. And even then, the Bomber thinks there's still more in the tank. A 4-1 win for Steve Brown against Tom Becker. Davey Kerwin and John Worsley kicks off the final round of fixtures next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Welcome back. 3 fixtures left to fulfil on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series, and they are Davy Kerwin against John Worsley, Jim Meyer against Tom Becker, and Steve Brown against Rennie Idams. And reverse results for the pair of them mean Brown has just gone to the top of the table after that 4-1 win over Becker in the previous match, paired with the 4-1 defeat that Idams had against Kerwin in the one before. So Brown now leading the way, a 3-way tie though on 12 points, and John Worsley is looking to make it a perfect day when he takes on Kerwin, who is hoping to cling to the coattails of the top 3. If he gets victory here, he will close that gap to 2. So a big match between the pair of them. It'll either be 5 from 5 for Worsley or 4 from 5 for the pair of them. Let's get it underway. Back to Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Murph. Thank you for setting us up for this game quite nicely. So, David Kerwin up against John Worsley, our 13th match of the day. The beginning of the final round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, Worsley, with a win here, could finish up on 14 points. David Kerwin wins this. Things get very interesting indeed. They've been the movers today, but who's going to make the final tailing move?
First leg, it's Davey to throw first. Game on.
I feel this is a must-win here for Davey. If he is to lose this game, he will allow John Worsley to move on to 14 points. Steve Brown takes on Rennie Idams, who are both on 12. So that means
16.
2 players will move to 14. By 2 players being on 14, that means 1 player will have to reach 16, which means Davey would need an absolute perfect day tomorrow
100.
to win this group, and then you'd still need a lot of results to go his way. If Davey is to stay in contention, this is a must-win match for him.
60.
It's knockout darts for the Scot, effectively, from this point onwards.
$84.
What's been your assessment of the day so far, Matt?
I don't think my actual assessment would have changed in any way, shape or
51.
form in terms of what I expected to see. We've seen. Nothing surprised me today. Nothing's stood out as something you go, oh, that's a bit out of the ordinary.
45.
I think it's sort of played to type.
$121.
Glad to see a bit more from Davey as well. Can be quite hard coming here as a
58.
ADC qualifier and maybe not knowing the sort of setups and the professionalism around this sort of arena and how it all works and the
59.
personnel.
$92. Davey, you require 150.
Another one of them. So I had to go across for treble 18.
82.
I'm just going to
John,
let you do the
require
checkouts now.
122.
Well, John Worsley's going to be hoping to do the checkouts, but he needs a treble 18 to give himself a poke at the ball.
$38. Davey, you require 68.
Messy end to this leg. Davey still has an opportunity here. It might be 13 for the ball. He went aggressive looking for the treble.
35.
Oh, that's a long way off.
John, you require 84.
That was heading to the Isle of Wight. That was that far south. 14 and bull. The treble leaves double 11.
73.
That moves inside.
Davey, you require 33.
So Kerwin for 1-0 lead. Wants double 16.
Game shot on the
Finds
first
it.
leg. Davey
Leads
Kerwin.
1-0. It wasn't a leg that's going to be put in the leisure of legendhood, but It's one that's in David Kerwin's
Second
pocket
leg is John to
nonetheless.
throw first. Game on.
I very much thought that this was going to
45.
be a 3-player group. But the longer this goes for Davey, the more I'm going to have to start changing my mind.
100.
I thought he could ruin the party. I didn't think he'd be joining it.
$83. $140. $43. $97.
So Kerwin first to finish 164 after 9. Against the throw.
56.
And piling
Davey
it upon
require
John Worsley.
164.
A man who's just not started in this game yet.
84.
Really struggling to find not only the trebles, but any sort of straight darts. 45, 83, 43. Losing that line. And again,
95.
loses that line.
Davey, you require 80.
That's the concerning thing. If you're throwing straight 60s and you go, oh, the trebles are dropping eventually. But when you start losing the line, that's where the concern starts to build.
60.
They'll be concerned of the performance. They may well be concerned in terms of the scoreline in a minute. And again, that lie you talk about, the case in point is there.
61. Davey, you require 20.
And that ruins confidence. That eats away at you very, very quickly.
Game shot in the second leg. Davey Kerwin.
Davey Kerwin is trying to get this match won very, very quickly. He's halfway there. This would be for 4 straight
Third leg
victories
is
in a row.
Davey to throw first. Game on.
This would put him in contention.
$100.
We could have a little bit of carnage here tomorrow. Don't forget that we're back at 9:30 in the morning
92.
on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we'll find out who the first player through to Saturday night's final
121.
is going to be.
$44. $84. $95. $96.
Well, Cohen's just been chipping away at John Worsley, and he's had nothing
83.
really by way of reply.
Davey
And so
require
this time
100.
for free zip. Treble 19 would have left the double, but now he's beginning to lose the line a little bit.
He does have time, though. He's got that on his side.
68.
And Henry, that is a good setup shot.
$42. Davey, you require
More wayward
32.
darts from John Worsley. He's spraying.
Game shot on the third leg. Davey Kerwin.
He's in trouble. Because all the good work John Worsley's done through today, if you remember at the very start, I said he's going to need some big results along the way today. He got that in match number 10 when he beat Jim Mayer by 4 legs to 0. But that work could be undone very, very quickly here.
100.
A couple of big victories could soon get wiped out because he is in big trouble. A man from Scotland.
81.
Looking to take the high road out of here today.
$60.
As you say, John Worsley had done everything to help his cause. But looking at the live table, the live standings now, David Kerman's on 10 points, 0 legs difference as things stand. Worsley's legs difference, which was beginning to build up, is going to take an absolute decimation. And that was after he had a little bit of help from David Kerman himself when he beat Rennie Idans by 4 legs to 1.
And the last game of the day will be the player in first and second position in the live table. Steve Brown having the advantage of throwing first when he takes on Rennie Idams.
$99. $97. John, you require 108.
To pull one back. He's going to get a dart. That tops.
68.
And so Kerwin,
Davey, you require
for a
140.
4-0 success, that would derail the Womball's good day.
24.
Does love it.
John, you
at
require
this area
40.
of the board.
Game shot on the
See
fourth
how it was a
leg.
bit
John
awkward to the
Worsley.
left-hand side. Had to move over to the right and does so the same way he's been doing all day, finding tops.
Fifth leg, it's Davey to throw first.
That was just a holder
Game
throw.
on.
He's got lots of work to do here. But one thing with Davey is when the finishing lines come in sight, he has
43.
slowed down. He's done this in a couple of games where he's raced into a big lead early on. And as the finishing post comes up, he just starts to get a little bit wayward. Seen him nearly make an
100.
absolute mess a couple of matches ago when he ended up busting a 1-3-3.
Now that wasn't a good setup.
41.
But here's that waywardness coming in and the reactions. He'll be aware that a victory here could put himself back into contention in this group.
95.
But in the first 6 darts, he's lost nearly 100 points. Essentially, the throw has already been broken. It
46.
certainly has now. One treble here would be more than enough for John Worsley.
97.
Just extending that lead with every visit. The problem is time runs out very quick.
140.
Still holds the advantage of throw despite throwing second.
$42.
So what can Davy Kerwin leave? What sort of position can he leave himself
85.
in to try
John,
and
you
force
require
this 167 effort from John Worsley? Triple 19. That would have been the ultimate Hail Mary effort. So
97.
Kerwin 146 for 4-1 win.
Davey, you require 146.
Another. for double 16. That would have been
130.
some way to win it. He
John, you
fancied
require
that.
70.
He's now going to have to stand back and hope that John Worsley doesn't take out the 70. Tops has been his friend.
50.
That could be the last one he throws today.
Davey, you require 16.
So double 8s for Kerwin for 4-1 for the win, 410 points.
Game,
And there it
shot,
is, a
and a
4-1
match.
success for Davy
Kerwin.
Kerwin against John Worsley. It moves him on to 10 points in the group. It derails the Womple's good day. He was going overground, now he finishes underground. The Womple's in position 3. A 4-1 victory for Davy Kerwin against John Worsley there. 2 more games for us to go in this session, and we're going to see the two Luxembourgian players in action in Mayo and Becker after this.
Welcome back. I'm here with the man of the moment, the player of the day, Davy Kerwin. Best player in the field today after that win against John Worsley, who himself was going for 5 out of 5. Yeah. So that win must be pretty special for you.
Yeah, it was good. John's a smashing player, a nice fella as well. It's a tough day today after yesterday. Like I said a wee minute ago, I hadn't been 100% yesterday, felt a wee bit under the weather, but prepared better for today, ate better last night and this morning. Then disaster struck with the first game, couldn't hit a thing, was thrown great in the practice room, just didn't happen for me. Jim played brill, kind of blew me away, so I went in there a bit angry. Gave myself the proverbial kick up the backside, as you say, because like myself and Steve were talking, you set yourself a small target, and after yesterday mine was a minimum of 8 points. Not a good start. Dug deep as I had to. We're all fighting for points, so and the table's getting a wee bit congested, so yeah, it was a big day for me today.
It certainly is. You've actually put yourself in contention, not just for a top 3 finish, but as you can see there for first place tomorrow. Yes, you're 2 points behind, but you've got all of those players to play.
Yeah. Like I say, we're all more than capable of beating each other, and we all have done. Well, apart from me with Jim, he's beat me 8-0, as we say, so yeah, I'll be out for a wee bit of revenge tomorrow. But you know, they're nice guys and we're getting on well, but once we get up there, it's a different game. So I had to bring out a kind of wee bit of an animal today after the start I had. So yeah, but you know, I'm feeling more positive. Today was a big day. same tomorrow would be ideal.
First time here, just generally a chance for you to tell the viewers a little bit about yourself, what you do away from darts, all that kind of thing.
I know they're all going to hate me for it, but I'm a policeman. So, yeah, the kind of pressure that is involved in darts, I just deal with it. It's, you know, you use it to your benefit, deal with other things at work that makes this pale into comparison. I've got 2 kids at home. I've just got my boy into darts. I was speaking to Steve about it this morning, trying for years to get him to play. He would throw in the house but not play.
Watching, cheering you on?
His night shift. So he stayed up yesterday, watched the first game, seen me win 4-0 and expected great things, and then got up and it was like disaster struck. It was like 4 defeats in a row. So, yeah, but he's starting to play now. He's been playing kind of properly for 8 weeks. Came to a couple of tournaments in our Monday night league, got to the quarter-finals of both. So he's doing well. I'm kind of chuffed with that, more chuffed with that than I'm with myself, to be honest. You know, it was like, yeah. It's good to take your mind off your own problems at times. So, yeah, it's all good.
Well,
it's
look,
all good.
Dad's doing well as well. And tomorrow, looking to make sure that he'll be playing in the evenings or maybe even playing on Saturday night. So, well done today. We'll see you again tomorrow. And we've got 2 more matches to bring you, starting with Jim Meyer against Tom Becker. Back to Henry and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so our penultimate game of the day sees our 2 representatives from Luxembourg go head-to-head as Jim Meyer takes on Tom Becker. As far as the table's concerned, these are the 2 players at the bottom of the group. Becker, with a win, would move on to 8 points. Meyer would end the night on 6 with a win
Jim
here.
to throw first. Game on.
What do you reckon we're going to see from this one, Matt?
I think we could see
40.
Jim come off, well, maybe not off the bottom of the table, but certainly have some company down there with him. Because we've just not seen it from Tom Becker today. He's not been there. But what I do think is they're probably both going to be quite comfortable
60.
in and around each other. They'll probably have seen each other many, many times playing back in Luxembourg and travelling together. You can tell by both players' social medias as well.
97.
They was happy for each other being here as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've sort of travelled together and sort of room in.
85.
And with that, we'll just give them a little bit of comfort. And with that bit of comfort, we may end up seeing the very best of both players.
Yeah, as far as the bookmakers are concerned, they can't split the pair. They're 5 to 6 each of 2. Now,
60.
Jim came out the tracks flying, didn't he, against David Kerwin? Averaged 88.5 and a 4-0 win. 5 to 9 on the doubles, but then kind of regressed back to base.
$41. Jimmy require 164.
Another. Doesn't have to go for it. But it would have been nice if he did.
96.
It would be nice if he did.
$100.
Gets himself
Jimmy
down to a finish.
68.
He's a long way back. Meyer the first to the double.
36. Tom, you require 155.
Did treat us to a big one yesterday. Did Tom Becker. The big 157.
26. Jimmy
Biggest
require
finish
32.
we've seen so far this week.
$16.
It's a handful
Tom, you
of missed
require
starts.
129.
But Jim, who has scored the better of the 2.
$57.
Still,
Jimmy require 16.
Tom Becker, after 21 darts, can't get himself down to a single
Game shot on the first
combination.
leg. Jim Meyer.
And Jim Meyer finally gets over the line. Takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
He's looking maybe not only for company, but with the advantage of every leg that Jim gets, Tom loses one. He could
125.
push Tom Becker down to the bottom of the table, and trust me, as a player, no one wants to be finishing bottom of the table. It does mean something to the players, that's for sure. There is another whole day of action to go yet, so plenty of time to see that position move. But I think that battle for the bottom place is going to come down to these two players now, as Davy Kirkwin's victory in the last game against John Worsley has put him more into a battle for potentially winning this group rather than just can he top the bottom half.
Well, the two Luxembourgian players are basically playing within their own league to avoid that bottom place finish. It looks more than likely now that it's going to be Group C for the pair on Thursday and Friday, respectively.
97.
Remember, following the conclusion of this one, it's that
24.
top of the table battle as Steve Brown takes on Rennie Idams. Now, just having a look at the way the odds compilers are looking at it. They're putting Steve Brown off as the 8-13 favourite. Rennie Idams 6-5. Meanwhile, back here, Becker leaves himself an 81 after 12 to try and level proceedings up at one apiece here.
$134. Tom, you require 81.
Much better leg here from Tom Becker. It's a dart at the ball.
32. Jim, you require 103.
Great first dart. Take your pick. He picks double 16.
71. Tom, you require
I need a
49.
bit more time. 1 from 7 on the double so far in this one. The fact that he's had 7 darts this early is an advantage in itself.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom Becker.
Nice dart there for Tom Becker, coming over the top of the obstruction there, which was the flight in the way.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
This game has the vibe of one that's
60.
going to go quite deep. Expecting quite a lot of legs in this one. Could be one that goes the distance.
$100. $60.
Danny Lauby, one of our players that has got through
58.
to Champions Week. Currently a leg away from beating Matt Campbell up in Leicester on the PDC Pro Tour. Quite a
26.
sizable win that. Matt Campbell been playing very well over the last couple of, well, I'd say months. Been playing really good stuff.
$83.
Three of our Champions Week lineup taking place up in Leicester. Barry Van Peer about to kick off his campaign. He takes on Rob Cross.
$125.
Tom Becker, who was struggling in the early part to find the trebles, finding them now without much problem.
$125. Tom, you require 135.
Expected to see him starting on the bullseye. Gives him options. That's quite a nice little lie, that one. I would like to have seen him have the dart at the ball.
63.
Could have just moved slightly to the side to really open up that bed.
$58. Tom, you require 72.
So for the break and 2-1. Stays there for double 16.
56. Jim, you require 87.
Mayer returns to 87 to go 2-1 up himself. But he's not going to get it out of the bull.
Sloppy. Once again. Not for the first time.
Tom, you
Unforgivable
require
there
16.
to lose that lie in that situation.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Becker.
And punished. That is, importantly, a break of throw. In the advantage of Tom Becker, he'll now be
Fourth leg,
throwing
it's Tom to
first.
throw first. Game on.
Put himself a leg away from the match, and at that point you'd say Tom Mayer's going to really struggle to get off the bottom of the table because he'd be 4 points behind plus
140.
quite a lot down in the legs. We could be starting to see this group take a little tiny bit of shape. But also, for Tom Becker, it will keep him in the opportunities probably more
140.
in regards to getting a position in Group B, which has its advantages. Less players, more qualifying places.
41.
Keeping the options open going into the final day assault.
86. $60. $100. $100.
So time for Tom. He's in first to a finish. What can Meyer bring by way of response?
134. Tom, you require 160.
The 3-1 to put him a leg away.
$45. Jim, you require 41.
Again, sloppy on the big number. Rod Harrington would not be impressed. I'm going to reassess. Oh, he's done it again. They're starting to add up. I think he's...
25. Tom, you require 115.
You know, he's ended up leaving himself on a double in the end, but making an absolute mess, going the very long way around this one. But normally what happens is he'll step
44.
up and hit the double eight. First
Jim,
start
you
with no
require
problems.
16.
And the rest doesn't even matter. It's like trying to avoid the M25 by going down 100A roads.
Game shot on the
But it's the
fourth
road
leg.
to success
Jim
for
Meyer.
Jim Mayer.
There you go. No problems. Always happens. You miss all these massive targets, and when
Fifth
you come
leg,
down
it's
to
Jim to
something
throw
much
first.
smaller, you find
Game
it with
on.
no problems.
$41. $60. $100.
Now, if you head over to our
60.
social media channels, we've actually got a little bit of a challenge for you today. Both of these some board game
100.
players still looking for a nickname, and we're trying to give out a couple of suggestions. You've been getting in touch on
41.
social medias. I mean, The obvious one, I suppose, is Tom Boris Becker, obviously.
180.
As Mayer piles in a max to leave himself on 80 after 12 to move himself 3-2 in front and to move him within a leg of the match.
62. Jim, you require 80.
Gonna be one. Oh, it was almost squeezed into the treble.
40.
That was far too close for comfort, especially when it hit the barrel. We have seen a couple of shots get bust already today. That nearly made the compilation list.
60. Jim, you require
May
40.
need its own episode at this rate.
$35.
A long way off there, and what you may see a little bit in the modern game is people even busting that and going back to the original tops. Now he's got to come back in parts.
95.
So he's got to burn a
Jim, you
dart
require
anyway.
5.
And that just squeezed in itself. The big numbers have been a little bit hairy and scary, but the
Game shot on
double
fifth
two
leg. Jim Meyer.
looks high, nice and handsome.
Sixth leg.
And
It's
he's in a
Tom to
handsome
throw
position.
first. Game on.
Leads 3-2. Becker has to win the lot from here.
$100.
Maximum
180.
piling the pressure on the Becker throw.
That's some way to kick off the leg.
60.
No response from Becker.
$140.
Really nicely into flow here. I finally just remembered, I've been watching this for days, 2 days. I've been trying to think, who does the Jim Meyer
41.
throw remind me of? It reminds me of John Henderson without the rock.
There's a little bit of Mardle in there as well.
That is full-on Hendo without the rock in the body.
Former Champions Week participant.
134.
John Henderson.
Jim, you require 124.
This for the match. He's got 6 on 1-2-4. Doesn't have to attack if he doesn't want to. We're never going to know whether he's going to go for the bull.
43.
See, there's a debate there. You could have gone for the 19s to leave the 82 because that means you can utilise the ball with the first dart where now he might have to use it with the last dart.
100. Jim, you require 81. Game, shot.
And
the
Meyer
match,
is
Jim
the
Meyer.
victor. Getting the better of Tom Becker by 4 legs to 2. And that moves him on to 6 points. Well, they can't be separated, the pair. 6 points minus 10 legs difference. They can be separated by a 4-2 score line here. With a 79 average, 4 out of 15 on the doubles, 81 high checkout. Meyer into the winner's enclosure. And so we go to the final game of the session. It's a top of the table tussle as Steve Brown takes on Benny Idens. We're going to be watching that in your company after this.
On to the last lap then of Tuesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series, and it is a battle to see who will start tomorrow in P1. The winner of this final race of the day will go clear by a couple of points at the top of the table from their opponent as Rennie Idams and Steve Brown go head to head. And in commentary for this one, it's Matthew Edgar and a man who I know was watching cars go around a track at the weekend, Henry Deacon. I was going to say it, Henry, but I'll let you say it instead.
Yes, it's lights out and away we throw in our final game of the session. Steve Brown finds himself in pole position. Rennie Idams keeping close chase in second place. But it is Brown who's going to kick us off. And is he going to do so with some aplomb? Matthew Edgar is not going to be the Martin Brundle to David Croft.
140. 97.
I don't know what's just happened. I assume you were saying something about whoever wins this match is top of the table at the end of the match.
Basically, someone's got to take the checkered flag.
59.
Shows how much good work Rennie Idams did yesterday, though, because
95.
He's not been as good today, and the results have been 50-50 split, but yet he's still joint top of the table if we only look at points.
58. Stevie require 170.
The fish doesn't have to go for it, but we'd love it if you do, Steve. The ironic eyebrow roll. And he did go for it, and he wasn't too far away.
He didn't want to go for it. I think that's what that was. He rolled the eyes because he thought, oh, kind of got a pop at this now.
140. Stevie require 25.
That would have been arguably the best 170 finish you've ever seen. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I've got a dart at the bull. But this was yesterday where Steve Brown produced his best performance of the day. Match number 5. He's told us he'll get better and grow into things as it goes.
55.
He averaged 94.64. That is the best average we have seen so far this week in this fixture.
44.
He took John Worsley apart, a man who is also joint top of the table at the moment, although officially, when we look at legs difference, 3rd position.
60.
P3 still podium place.
$140.
Little fact about Silverstone. It's the sporting venue in the UK with the biggest capacity. I only know that because I got it wrong with the quiz last night.
180.
Max Idams. This has been a high-quality, top-of-the-table tussle. 102 and 92 of the averages as we head into the business end of the second leg. A far cry from the match we saw on Monday, where Idams went through a 4-0 victor of an 85-89 average. Brown 75.27. That was the hors d'oeuvre. This is
Rennie, you require 146.
something quite close to the main course now.
$58. Stevie require 160.
Well, he had a pop at the 170. That is sat lovely in the board. There'd be no roll of the eye. How do you hit the treble 20 on that occasion?
Rennie, you require 88.
Big setup shot. A fantastic leave, some people may say.
The bull. Little bit of a raise of the eyebrow from Steve Brown. He would have thought of the irony of that wedge.
20.
This is for the break. This is for 2-0. And this is to put Steve Brown clear of Rennie Idams in his rearview mirror.
Do you think he doesn't like that dart by any chance?
No score.
I think the answer is yes. And emphatically.
And now you require 25.
So 25 for Rene to level up at 1 apiece.
This is what he's been so good at these last couple of days. The reason he's in the position he is,
Game
when the
shot on the
opportunity
second leg.
presents
Rene
itself, he
Idams.
steps in and takes it. Steve Brown missing plenty of darts
Third-legged
there
Steve to
to
throw first.
double his
Game
lead
on.
and to break the throw. The opportunity to do this, what we'd say would be the easy way.
60.
Instead, he's going to have to keep going down the hard way.
Well, Matt, you're going to be leaving us after today's action. Been a pleasure the last
99.
couple of days, but I'm going to leave you with this question. Who takes their place in Champions Week from this week? I know it's still very early days, but
80.
I'd love a name.
I've not seen anything, or looking forward, I don't see too much to really oppose Daryl Pilgrim.
140.
I think he's the man to beat. And I think at odds of 5-2, I think that is absolute massive value.
So Pilgrim is Matt's choice.
58.
Get in touch with us at MSS Darts. Who do you fancy to make your way through? We're going to have a guest commentator with us tomorrow. We will
84.
leave that to be announced in due course, but looking forward to spending some time in their company tomorrow.
$57.
Idams here looking to get the break back to put himself 2-1 in front to turn this game around.
128. $60. Rene, you require 50.
He's got 6. And a good leg from the German. It's going to be 2 a double 16 for that break of throw, for that 2-1 lead. But you could see there the way the first dart stood up to attention. It was a right old blocker for the second.
$97. Rene, you require 32.
So then double 16 for Idams. Now 8.
No score. Steve, you require 89.
Another bust. And an opportunity sails by.
Game shot on the
They have
third
both
leg.
punished
Steve
each other
Brown.
here. Steve Brown had an opportunity to break Rene Idams, couldn't do so. And Rene stole the leg.
Fourth leg is Rene to throw
Gotta be
first.
said there,
Game
same
on.
thing again. Steve Brown stealing the leg, the puff of the cheeks. Tells you he knew exactly what just happened in that moment.
100.
Edgy game, got to be said. But quite a lot riding on this in terms of
60.
taking that top spot going into tomorrow.
$98. $30.
Can anyone really grab a hold of this match? Almost feel the tension between the players.
99. $60.
Steve has played in this format many times before. And will know the importance right now.
58. $125. Rene, you require 146.
So 146 for Idams to level up at 2 apiece. He's got 6. Gonna need the lot.
122.
Now that is a good setup.
$60.
That isn't.
Rene, you require 24.
The use of the 19s there would have left him on a shot. Instead, he's just said to Rene, here, have 6 darts at this, pal.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's not going to be an
Idams.
affecting factor, but it could have been. Had Rene come outside there, he may have just split and gone back.
5th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Knowing that
Game
Steve
on.
Brown was not on a finish. And you can't say it was an inexperienced start there from Steve Brown. When it comes to experience, he's going to be up there with the very best.
What you say in terms of the players that we're seeing this week, maybe only Darren Johnson can match him in terms of experience.
139. $45.
Just getting a sense of desperation.
180.
Almost in the Steve Brown game at the moment, and Rene Idams may
59.
be sensing the same sort of thing. He's found 5 trebles out of his 6 darts. He has got a big lead here at a very important time. This is the Steve Brown throw. This is the perfect time to break.
82.
You can go collect your darts. You broke the throw. You can walk straight back down the oche. And it's straight over to you.
This is as quick as I think I've ever seen Steve Brown throw.
Rene, you require 100.
But the breaker throw in 3-2. Tops for Idams. Decided to stay there despite the way the first start
60.
was
Steve, you require 161.
based. And then the third one, well, answers on a postcard why he's going that low.
44. Rene, you require 40.
So tops for the break, tops for 3-2. Now double 10. 5s. He's been good on this all day. He's good on it again. And he gets the breaker throw, Rene Idams, and now he's throwing for the match. He leads Steve Brown by 3 legs to 2. And could well find himself on the periphery of pole position going into the final day's action.
$55.
But you think this man is giving up without a fight?
125.
You can count yourself very wrong indeed. Well, it's been an interesting day here at the Super Series. It's been, in terms of the overall standard and improvements on what we saw in day 1. Day 3 will culminate this group. These two will be the spearheads of it. The action will open up from 9:30 in the morning on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel. Where, remind if you're not already subscribed, do exactly that. And on top of the live coverage, we bring you 6 days a week. Highlights of every session.
60.
Bonus content, including interviews with the likes of Leonard Gates, Fallon Sherrock, and some of the other big names that play in this competition. Don't forget to give us a little bit of a look on TikTok as well.
180.
And Steve Brown goes TikTok on the clock, and the max sends him back to 151.
$100. Steve, you require
So 6 darts, send us a leg 7.
$64. $100. Steve, you require
to send us to a decider. The bull for Brown.
52.
Not found.
Rene, you require 86.
Rene might win it on that target. He's gonna do better than that. Because he's gonna get to a 32 to win. And you can hear what it meant to Rene Idams. because it's going to be he who is going to be the table topper going into the final day's action here at the Super Series. He has bettered Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2, doing the double over the bomber, and that's the reason why he's the table topper overnight. An 85.67 average, 2 maximums in there, 4 out of 12 when it came to the finishing as well. Many items then gets the better with Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. He's the player at the top overnight. Let's get some reaction up on the balcony, where Chris Murphy is being joined by Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Matt, Rennie Idams has kind of just been treading water, hasn't he? And without being brilliant, without being one of the standout players today, he's still at the top.
Same yesterday as well. He's just taking the opportunities that are presenting to him. And I've mentioned a few times, and that concern continues in the fact that he's not making a lot of these opportunities himself. He's waiting for them to come along. And you feel like eventually he's going to get caught out. He's been caught out a couple of times today, but time's running out now for people to do that to him. And he's top of the table going into the final days of action. And is he going to get away with this one? Quite possibly so.
A significant result then in the last match. Whoever won it would have been top. Rennie Idams got the win 4-2. But out of all of the 15 results today, what else really stood out as significant for you?
I think just the whole story of the day has been a real interesting watch. And I looked at John Worsley and we said he needed some big wins and he got them. You see, he had the 4-0 against Rennie Idams and then the 4-0 against Jim Mayer. But then the one that really stood out for me was when he's got those results, he's got himself into that position, he wasn't able to convert. He lost to Davy Kirkman 4 legs to 1, who, by the way, has had a fantastic day today and someone I expected to see a little bit more from. I just didn't expect he'd flip a switch like he has and produce the darts he has today.
Yeah, that victory for Davy Kirwan over John Worsley, that really did bunch things up a little bit in that group, didn't it? Because it means that there are 4 runners in the race tomorrow, really.
I think when I came up and spoke to you about the halfway stage, we had a look through the table and I suggested at that point that this was going to be a table that splits in half and we're going to have a player that wins the bottom half and a player that wins the group. And I was sort of already getting to that position where, right, there are Group B and Group A winners and here's our Group C contenders. But Davey then produced 4 wins from 4 and it's been really good today. He's been very solid at times and this is what we expect from someone who is a Scottish international and has had 2 big semi-finals on the WDF tour, and he just took a bit of time to settle. He mentioned that he's a police officer and some of the things that he's seen or he has to deal with, and maybe darts is a little bit of fun and escape for him, but then maybe when it got to that point where he's losing regularly, the fun side of it stopped, and maybe we then saw the grit and the determination that Davy's got inside.
Yeah, managed to arrest that slide, didn't he? Sorry, I'm not really sorry. But yeah, both players, John Worsley and Davy Kirwan, had what you might say an almost perfect day. They both had 4 out of 5. I'm going to stress the word almost perfect because they were also involved in a bit of mathematical meltdowns, weren't they, as well? We can see those here. So first of all, talk us through this one from Kirwan.
I wish I could. I wish I knew what was going on. I believe he just thought he left 1-4-3. He should have been over on the 19, stayed on the 17s, ended up busting it by 10. John Worsley, I can't even describe what he's got. He surely thought he won 111, wanted the bullseye, went for tops. Davey, I can kind of understand a little bit, a bit of inexperience, but John Worsley's been around the game so long. That one was the more surprising of the 2, but it's going to make a nice little compilation video for YouTube later on, isn't it?
Absolutely. Get the maths right. It really is important. It will be recorded as well. But after all those results were recorded today, this is how the table looks. And as we were saying, Rennie Idams still on top, but it looks like there's going to be a 4-way fight in the final day.
What a finale we're going to get tomorrow when we look at those 4 places. Davies all on his first game. He's got to come out tomorrow firing. He's got to win that. He did do that on day 1. He came out, won his opening match by a sizable scoreline, so we know he doesn't mind that early slot. He's got to come out and do that tomorrow. He comes out and loses that first game, he's going to start losing touch with that pack and will probably go back to being a 3-horse race. So we'll see how the fixtures come out as well, because that first game, he might be playing one of those top players as well, which could end up being a very important game, a double whammy, so to speak. So for Davey, I think it's all on the first match. For the rest, they maybe got 1 game grace, but it's going to be very interesting first couple of laps.
I know you're not with us tomorrow. Henry asked you for a name for the week, so I'll ask you for a name for this group. And I know you've been bidding for Brown, but a couple of times he's had the chance to go top and hasn't taken it.
He hasn't. He's had the opportunity in his hands that last match as well. He could have been going out in the position Rene Idams is, but I'm going to stick with Brown. I still think he gets through this group. And John Worsley, he's someone you've got to consider as well. But at times, the action just goes a bit flicky. And it gets quite hard to sort of support that, so to speak. So I'd like to go with Worsley, but I'm gonna stick with Brown.
There we go, sticking to his guns, Matthew Egg. A pleasure to have your company for the last couple of days. Pleasure to have your company as well, and we hope to have it again tomorrow. We are back for the conclusion of this group, 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. We'll see you then.
Okay, mate. If we can get ref to stand where the ref would stand normally, we're not streaming anymore, so we're all good. No, no, literally just the mic needs to be on. Okay, we're basically going to recreate the conditions of a game, and then no, and then try and do it from there. We also need a test stream set up, and some. I've messaged him. I've not received a response. Mind.
Sunburnt to a crisp. Game shot on the second leg. Justin Bradshaw. Game shot on the second leg. Justin Bradshaw. Game shot on the second leg. Justin Bradshaw. Game shot on the match. James Mankiewicz.
What, sorry? Spare, ref spare mic?
Spare mic.
What do you want to do with that? Oh, for the